What's going on, everybody? My name is Terminus, and today we are going to check out Arcane, Season 2, Act 2. I'm super excited about this one. It took me a little bit of time to actually get it started, mostly because I do feel like I don't want to record this when I'm not actually feeling up to it. Right? When I'm not in the mood, or I feel like the time is not right, because oftentimes that creates kind of subpar reactions, and I don't want to deliver anything but the best that I can do for all of you, especially on Arcane, but even like on all of my content in general. Yeah, last time there's a lot of shit that happened. Caitlyn is kind of going off the rails. Vi is very hurt. Jinx is still, the word with S, idle. I need to censor that because, especially in the first couple of minutes, YouTube is really sensitive about these words. Other than that, we do have, obviously, Victor on his road to becoming Arcane Jesus. We seeing ghost spirits even. We do have our doctor putting like a Frankenstein of some sort together. Echo is somewhere in obscurity. We saw him shortly talking to Jace and whatnot, and actually being with Heimerdinger, but we have no idea what the Fireflies are up to. So that's gonna be interesting if they like play a larger role in the next acts. That's been kind of a theme already, right? We do have Echo appearing here and there, and then like not being in an act altogether almost, and then we have them actually, him and the Fireflies showing up and sometimes saving the day, sometimes getting hurt in the process. We'll see where this leads. We do still have that weird stuff with the Black Rose going on, where Mel suddenly disappeared and got abducted. Ambessa, I don't think, knows that, so it will be very interesting to see how she reacts when it actually dawns on her that this happened, despite her doing everything she can to actually avoid that happening, because as far as I understand it, that was her primary idea going into Piltover to begin with, to actually get Hextech weapons, to get like Piltover strong so that doesn't happen. So I do wonder if she actually did really underestimate her enemy, or if there's something she can do in that regard, if she has expected that to happen, or if she's gonna be like, if this is gonna be one of the first times where we do really feel like she's out of control. Like we felt that already when we went into the scene where that trade leader was kind of talking to her, and like that guild leader, and she was taken over by like the Black Rose people entity, whatever that is, right? The organization, and she was kind of losing her grip there. But I do wonder if this is gonna go even further, and we're gonna see her out of her wits even more, despite having kind of like manipulated things behind the scenes with the memorial service attack, and with getting Kate in the position of power and all of these things. I do also wonder what the Kiraman forces are gonna do now, because Kate is kind of on a warpath, and it is obviously, on the one hand, absolutely understandable that she's grieving, that she's hurting. On the other hand, I do feel like Kate has had much of a lot of a track record to actually be very judgmental and put people down, right? There is this inherent bias, this inherent I guess prejudice inside of her against the people of Zaun, against the people of the lanes, where she, even for Vi, who she's kind of in love with, she does have that problem where she's putting her down, right? She's like, I keep telling myself you're different, but you're not. It's like, different than what, right? Like, you're better than the lanes, and what do you regard the lanes as then, if that's the case, right? With all the burdens she put on Vi for joining like the de facto enforcer police force, who used to who was responsible for killing her parents, who was indirectly responsible for all the shit that went down with Vander, right? All of these things. And we right? And she still said, okay, I'm with you. This needs to stop, right? And even though Vi is always kind of like, her plans never pan out because she likes to punch and ask questions later, there's still like a lot of consideration that's going on inside of her, right? She does want things to be good again, right? She does want to believe in people, including like first Jinx and now Caitlyn and whatever. And then like the irony of like one of the comments actually said it. I'm gonna highlight it later, but I'm gonna pick it up now because I have it in my head. One of the comments actually said the irony of Caitlyn actually promising kind of to Vi that she won't change on her, that she won't like make a 180, and then like I think it was just an episode later where she's like, nah, I'm out. Ciao bello, I'm gonna change on you. And then that's that final scene where she like shoves her rifle into Vi's stomach and just leaves. That is really going down the wrong path, right? Going down a path of hatred, and I don't think even going down the path that her mother would want for her. Because her mother, despite being like a little bit uppity and obviously being the higher class and whatnot, her mother and her family did kind of care for the people of even of Son, because they were like, hey, there's all this smoke going on, people are getting sick, we need to kind of confine that, and they actually managed to do that to a degree, even though they maybe could have gone even further with that. But yeah, if you're wondering why we are green today, it is because of that last teaser that we had of like this Vander looking ass, Frankenstein ass thing actually if you're wondering why we're green today, I decided on this because of this last teaser of episode 3, where we had this Frankenstein looking thing and the doctor and whatnot kind of threatening to come in and cause potential havoc and chaos. I still don't know what the doc's actually, like what his motives are. I know he was kind of aligned with Silco. I do know he used to have a daughter. I was wondering for a time if it was maybe Sevika who was the daughter, but I doubt it, because she's kind of like, I think she lost her father. It could be symbolically lost, but I don't think that's the case, because obviously she has been working with Silco for a long time, so we would have had some more hints as to that. But it's possible maybe the dog's daughter died due to, I don't know, due to like intoxication from like the fog, right? Or other things. Due to pilled over actually exploiting Son. Who knows? Maybe even in the revolution, right? When like the bridge was stormed and the parents of Vi and Powder died. Could be any of these. But yeah, we're gonna read some comments. I don't want to make this too long of a commentary. I'm trying to keep it a little bit limited, but bear with me as I kind of go through it and look if we can pick out some interesting elements in the comments below. I do want to definitely kind of just highlight some interesting comments that I could be saying some stuff about. Alright, there are actually some very interesting comments here. I obviously read most of them already, but I reread a couple of them here. Shout out to Last Thing 8173, who comments rather often on my videos. He has some really, or they have some very interesting comments here. One of them being like Jinx testing everybody in the dinner scene, where she's testing Vi to see if Vi thinks she could be crazy enough to actually prepare Caitlyn as a snack, and where she then like she even tests Silco. Next comes Silco's test. If I look like I'm going to leave with Vi, will you betray me, right? Silco pushes back against the idea of Jinx leaving, but reassures her he won't forsake her. All of these things, right? And there's like Caitlyn, who Jinx also tests. Jinx is fast enough that she could have shot Caitlyn before Caitlyn could react. The test is, Do you love Vi enough to not shoot her sister if she looks like she's going to shoot you? Caitlyn responds with the affirmative. Caitlyn's second test is, will you shoot Vi's sister if she's unarmed? When Jinx puts the gun down, everything about Caitlyn's actions respond with a yes, which is kind of almost already foreshadowing to what we see with Caitlyn now, right? That Caitlyn is willing to become unscrupulous, to put any form of empathy aside if there's something like retribution or justice that she's actually seeking. Very dangerous if you get into that mindset that by any means necessary is the right way to do it, and that you have to cut off your empathy in order to avoid being roped into that. Because oftentimes, yeah, people can manipulate you with empathy. Of course they can. But isn't it also our capacity for empathy that makes us realize why people do the things they do and maybe save them from doing even worse things, right? Because not all actions, like the answer is not always just to kill a person or to just destroy them or to confine them for eternity. There's also like a very interesting debate that could be going on here when we talk about the view some people have on crime and punishment, right? In the sense of, what are we willing to put onto people that are, in our eyes, criminals or monsters or whatever? And different countries, different cultures around the world have different solutions for that. Some people might be looking at sometimes more unsavory methods of re-education. There's people who think you need to confine people forever. You need to punish them for their entire life for something terrible they did, right? There's deeds that deserve death. There's deeds that do not deserve redemption. There's deeds that you need to make sure that the people who actually did those things will experience them themselves. That is a mental attitude that a lot of people have, right? Somebody did R-word somebody, they should be R-worded themselves, right? Stuff like that. Oftentimes what we're leaving out here is the question, why did this happen in the first place, right? Is it a neurological problem, right? Am I unable to, from just my basic brain function, because there's something dysfunctional in there, to control my impulses? Do I think it's not that bad, right? Was I conditioned to believe that the thing I'm doing is not terrible? Also an option. Is there, right? Oftentimes it has to do with like, can I control my emotions? Can I control my desires and impulses? And do I believe that what I'm doing is morally right or wrong, right? Or do I believe that the ends justify the means? Do we need to lock up Caitlyn after she created order, right? And like killed everybody who was in her way? Do we need to lock her up because she killed people, even though she did it maybe for the right reasons, right? Or, I mean, she even did it for the wrong reasons, kind of. We have the song coming in when she's going in, and I think in episode like 2 of season 2, where she's like, can you do the right things for the wrong reasons? Which is kind of one-to-one what she's doing, because she's doing technically maybe the right thing of going in there and trying to get Jinx, right? To apprehend her, because she's a danger to build over. But she's like using very unsavory methods with the, I don't know how it's called, right? The gaseous, like the gas pipes that she's kind of directing in certain ways and actively damaging the health of people, right? That would be an act of terrorism if it happened up in Piltover. We see that at the end of episode 3, where it's like, this is an act of terrorism that Jinx released all of that gas. More on that in a second. And then she's also doing it kind of for the wrong reasons, right? All of that pent up aggression and anger that is inside of her, that because her mother died. Because like a lot of people suffered, people that were close to her. And that is like this fundamental question. There's people who have different responses to that, right? In the criminal justice system, where they are like, even if somebody's a murderer, we need to look into why they like, what is, like, they need to get therapy, they need to be integrated within like the structures of a workforce and society again, to kind of make sure that once they get released, hopefully, when they can be a productive member of society that is not a danger to themselves or others. Might be a good solution, right? Like, if you don't immediately kill them, why confine them forever, right? To a life of like isolation. I mean, isolation is punishment enough in many cases, right? Because you're absolutely isolated from the outside. Yes, you do have maybe the internet. You have certain kinds of media, which is also restricted often in prisons. You do have books, right? You do have the little community within like the prison where people are kind of assholes anyway, right? Like, if people are bad to one another, right? So does it make sense to put a person that has experienced trauma and due to that did very, very bad things that are maybe not excusable, but at the very least understandable how they got there? Is it the right approach to actually put them together with all of the other awful people who did awful things and actually create more trauma and more chaos and more aggression and all of these things, right? These are questions we need to ask ourselves as society, because they kind of inform the direction we want to go in different like systems of our society, different structures and all of that. And there's like an argument to be made for people who are more lenient, who are more leaning onto like the rehabilitation side of things, because oftentimes people don't get born evil. That's something I believe, right? There's no person who like just comes out of the womb being the Antichrist, okay? Yeah. The last thing also says, Piltover talked a big game about how the Undercity would build a weapon with the stolen crystal, but before they even knew if they had one, Jace made his own and killed a child with it. In the end, the first people to weaponize the technology, Hextech, was Piltover. Yes. And also, to top that off, you do have to realize that all of the things that happened, like the memorial attack, for example, it only was possible through not only the manipulation of Ambessa, but also through the fact that specific boy was killed by Chase. Fight fire with fire and you get an inferno. That's just how it is oftentimes. I mean, I don't have the best solution for any situation, but I don't think that's the way to go. Very interesting what Prince Trashcan says about the Hex core, where it becomes more fleshy and supposedly greedy for Victor's blood. The more of his blood actually gets inside of it, and then it burps when it swallows when it swallows Sky. So yeah, very interesting how it like reacts to that, emerges with it, and is kind of like a force of nature on its own, almost its own beast. The question is, does it have like some kind of like consciousness, or is there like is it directed in a way? Is it a force, or is it an entity, or is it more of a just like a physical phenomenon that interacts with the world around it, right? Like the Arcane, basically, as Heimerdinger put it. Also very interesting, like that there is supposedly maybe really thought put into Jinx's terrorist attacks, where she herself never really, or rarely ever really attacked civilians in that sense, where it's always just like soldiers or people who were directly related to her, like Vi and Caitlyn and whatnot, that were present for these attacks of Jinx. So it's very interesting that this is all very directed, and you do rarely have any civilian casualties within that. The first instance of that probably being all of the gas being released, which one could argue, and I think somebody pointed that out, that the gas that was being released in season 2 at the end was kind of also a way to free all of the people of Son and of the lanes from these gases, right? Because they were building up downstairs. There's somewhere just a hazard waiting to explode. Now it can just diffuse into the air and like go into the upper stratosphere. Now obviously people did get damaged by that, and people have kind of been inhaling that, which is not really healthy and all of that. But is it really that bad, or was it really that bad in the end? Wasn't it better than leaving it down there forever? So there's this question about like the solution of what you want to do with that, right? And Jinx found a solution for her where she was like, yeah, that's fair, right? I'm gonna release the gas onto the surface, and yeah, people are gonna get somewhat hurt, but they're not gonna immediately die from that, and the people of the lanes are free of those noxious gases. Also a good comment here. When Vi said, and then a real monster showed up and I just left her. I think there are a couple of monsters she could be referring to from episode 3 and one from 3 from episode 3 and one from episode 7. In episode 3, she could be referring to Powder, who killed her family, Silco, who took her in, or herself, who hit Powder. From episode 7, I think she could be referring to Jinx herself, why I made the choice to leave her on the bridge. Yeah. This is what I love about some forms of media, where we can just dive in and be like, okay, this has a double, triple, quadruple meaning, where we can put that onto. And yes, I do definitely think that Vi considers herself in the moment when she did the things she did in episode 3, when she hit Powder, as a monster, right? She's like looking at her hand, she's shaking, she's like, what have I become? And we think back on that, I think that one scene where Vander reminds her of what her hands can actually do, where he's like, I don't use them in that way. But I guess the problem is also when we lose that pillar in our life, in that case Vander, there's a hole left, right? And somebody who Vander can stand beside you again and be like, all right, come on, we're gonna figure this out, right? We're gonna figure out what to do. Vander doesn't have all the solutions, yes, but him being there was a big comfort to all of them, and also a big pillar to lean on in times of need and times of hurting. Skywalker John actually points out Sevika is still my favorite character. Her arm is basically where her loyalties lie. She sacrifices her arm to save Silco. Smeech offers her a brand new arm for free, if and only if she sides with him, which she didn't. Then she accepts the arm Jinx made for her and now stands with Jinx. Also love that line from Jinx, it was something I could fix. It's a callback because Powder was the one who blew her arm off. It's also a callback because Jinx was always kind of desperate to fix things for other people, right? And it tells you a lot that when she sees something, even today, when she sees something that can be fixed, she's actually doing it. Just as maybe almost like a habit of comfort, right? Where you're like, when I'm stressed, when I'm not doing well, when I need to think, I'm going to try to fix things. And while I'm fixing things, maybe I get to process what happened a little bit more, and I get to get a little bit of a better understanding of what we're going to do. Also, last thing says, Ambessa may manipulate Caitlyn, but everything else she did this episode was done by her own volition, and yes, 100%. Caitlyn can't be absolved of her transgressions, of the wrong decisions she makes just by saying she got manipulated. No. She went down this path way before Ambessa actually capitalized on that. Ambessa just saw that and was like, yeah, I can use that. Especially with Councilwoman Kiraman gone, and her supposedly needing to take over the legacy, and the Kiramans being very well regarded in the entire history of the city Piltover. It makes sense that this would be the perfect person to actually instrumentalize to get what you want from it. Also, last thing also pointed out that somebody else pointed that out as well. I know that the intro part where Jinx is waving the flag should possibly be a reference to Les Miserables, and Caitlyn's shot at the end with the maddening crown is supposed to be Macbeth. So shout out to musicals, and like I love Les Miserables. It's a really, really cool musical. Amazing songs, and if it's done by the right actors, there's so much emotion in there. There's so much like stuff that's even relevant today. And you feel like there's so much you can actually put into that, and a lot of like emotion and raw energy you can get from that. It's really cool that people even today appreciate these musicals that were made a long time ago and that still hold up in terms of their writing and the emotion that people put into it, and just like the choice of words. I know, like some time ago, I actually checked out Les Miserables again just because I was feeling like it. And then I actually checked out the French version, like which is the original version this was written in, and I think like especially on stuff like the song of the people, do you hear the people sing, for example, you do definitely have a lot more focus in terms of the lyrics. The lyrics are so fucking good if you translate them directly from French. Obviously, you still need to make it rhyme in the English version or in the German version or in other versions of it. So it makes sense that you would change words and change entire phrases to actually match more what you're going for in terms of the feeling. But the original lyrics obviously beat everything that any translation that could come along here. This is why I'm always kind of split on like the debate between like actual translations and what we do with it, right? Like you can't one-to-one translate something all the time because it sounds absolutely stupid, but you can also not just like change something to kind of make you realize more of the cultural meaning. For me, like something is lost in stuff like that. If you have, for example, a Japanese anime and you wanna have a translation, I rather take the joke original in Japanese in the way, like at least grammatically you can change it to fit your language, but at the very least try to translate the joke even if it's not funny to the audience, because as the audience gets more used to Japanese culture and starts to understand it more by consuming more Japanese media, what they will automatically gain is also a Japanese sense of humor, right? Even if it's not like you can have a German sense of humor and then you won't have a Japanese one. You can have both of those, right? So I do think like that is also one of the most fascinating parts for me of exploring media in other languages, like watching Narcos in Spanish, watching Squid Game in Korean, watching Japanese anime in Japanese, because you do like the more literal translation gets you more of the cultural stuff of what's actually happening here, and you understand the people a little bit better, their point of view, the way they conduct themselves, the way they kind of joke with one another, right? The jokes they find funny. That kind of gives you a lot more than just translating something like from Japanese, for example, to English and then changing the joke entirely to make it a joke that's funny to people that are American or English or whatever. That doesn't give you anything. That's just perpetuating your own culture and not considering other people's culture, which is kind of a shame, right? Because isn't that also a part of why we love media from other, right, from other countries? Because we also want to kind of get a sense of what their humor is like, how they think, how they act, what perspective they have. I think that's one of the coolest things, that whenever somebody is actually reacting to Dark, for example, which is an absolutely fantastic series. I normally heavily dislike German series, like TV series, but Dark is like the perfect mix for me, where you do have a lot of that German culture in there, but also it's masterfully done in the way the narrative is spun. So it makes a lot of sense to me to actually watch it as an American, as an English-speaking person, as anybody who's not from Germany, and actually watch the original German version with the subtitles and understand kind of a little bit more where the unique German perspective comes from and how they act and who they are in a sense, especially like modern Germans, because this is like not an old series. That series plays, I think, around like 2018, 2019-ish. So very, very, very cool in general. Noelle actually points out it wouldn't have made sense for Caitlyn and Vi to have sex in a cave while their team is around the corner waiting for them. No, it would have made sense. Shut up, la 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 la. I'm not listening. I'm not listening to you. Okay? I'm not listening. I wish the kiss happened sooner though. I guess it depends, right? What you want from it in terms of like the pacing. I do feel like it made sense from a pacing perspective. I would have loved there to be less drama between the two of them. But it makes sense because they don't know each other all that long. I think like Caitlyn only met Vi in episode 4 or 5 of Arcane. And at this point in time, we're not all that much further. So the time frame we need to keep that in mind is not that long. So for a relationship, even a strong relationship that's like love at first sight or at first meeting or whatever, even that takes time to kind of blossom into something where people can be vulnerable enough with one another, where people can be like open enough with one another, feel like this is somebody I can trust to a degree. Very ironic given like the latest developments, but to actually open up. And I think that made sense in that regard. All right, last comment. Noelle again. A little bit of a long one. I'm actually just gonna read it out. I just saw that Amanda Overton, I think voice actress of Caitlyn, said in an interview that it needed to be messy and dark and interesting for Caitlyn and Vi because otherwise they'd be underselling the relationship, and that the relationships she has adored the most were like that, and it would basically be a disservice to the LGBTQ community or plus community not to do that for their relationships too. Huh? I mean, I have a similar reaction to that statement, but let's continue to read that. Kate and Vi had a deep connection almost from the start, and it was already super freaking dark and complicated, especially after Vi's sister killed Caitlyn's mom after Vi defended her. Vi has experienced nothing but tragedy, oppression, and loss. It's already very complicated for her to fall for an extremely privileged enforcer who's chasing down her sister and who belongs to the enforcer class that killed their parents. No, relationships don't need to be dark to be interesting or to be deep and meaningful. No, not making a gay relationship abusive doesn't water it down. Kind of agree on that. This notion is so ridiculous and honestly childish. It doesn't even sound like Overton really understands that there's a huge power imbalance in the relationship, and Vi is pretty much at her mercy all the damn time. I don't agree 100%, but I know where this idea is coming from on that, right? Not just because she's an enforcer, but because Vi has nobody. She has nothing. She has no home. She most likely thinks Echo died. Well, yeah, maybe on the bridge, right? But that's more like an in the open kind of thing. Her sister's trying to kill her, so Vi has to kill Jinx first. And the only thing in the world that Violet has is an emotionally and even physically abusive girlfriend who could throw her in jail or even kill her at any second. Kill her, debatable, but throw her in jail most definitely. It's the perfect circumstances for abuse. In the very first episode, Vi says to Vander, I grew up knowing I was less than them, that my place is down there. That was kind of like one of my points where I was like, Caitlyn consistently sees the people of the lanes as such, right? Because she doesn't know better, she's been taught that, and everything that she experienced in like the most recent time frame kind of reinforces that thought in her, because she already has that kind of bias going on, and she obviously pays more attention to the negative things of that my place is down here. And Caitlyn keeps reminding her of exactly what she thinks of fisher folk, and by extension Vi, the entire time. Maybe subconscious, and maybe Caitlyn's way of dealing with her trauma, but still abusive to Vi. Do we really need to have one person in the relationship make the other one feel worthless, knowing damn well that they're all they have, and that they have complete control over them for their relationship to be deep and complex? Absolutely fucking not. Yes, I would argue that Caitlyn actually doesn't know that, right? Like, I mean, at least not consciously knows that she's having this much power over her. There was a power imbalance from the start, and they overdid it here. At the very least, they should have given Vi more power. A friend she could talk to about Kate, something Overton played right into the tragic LGBTQ plus couple trope by doing this. And the fact she's trying to excuse it, but basically implying it's empowering to be represented this way is honestly extremely insulting. Have Kate be a man and then tell me again how this mirrors the straight relationship in your life, which you've adored most. So freaking absurd. Little bit of like a rant here, but I'm gonna keep it in, and it's very interesting because I would argue that last sentence you actually said, some people might actually say the same thing, and like I'm not even joking. There's been like a real obsession and craze with CRA, not Y, Z-E, about bad boys, about like men who are bad for you, right? Or men who are dominant, who treat you as lesser than. That has been a thing in media in the past. It actually has. And it's still today in certain circles and whatever, in certain series, and people kind of like, you have a lot of like fan boys and fan girls adoring these relationships that are kind of low-key toxic and abusive. So, that last point here, yes, I do understand where it's coming from, but that is a problem in general with media, where we do display toxic relationships as desirable. We romanticize them. We minimalize issues that exist within them. Now, obviously, I do think that there should be room for any kind of relationship like that in media, because it's important to talk about them. And there should also be room for characters within a certain series, within a certain show, to actually romanticize them, because that's what it kind of reflects reality, right? But I do agree with you in the sense that this the extent to which this like trauma between Caitlyn and Vi went, I do agree that that's not, like, it didn't have to go that far. And it didn't have to go down that, admittedly, trope of, like, homosexual relationships especially, be that gay or lesbian, to be abusive, to be in some way dominated by bad actors, right? Or by people who are very emotional and hurt each other, toxic in a way, you might want to say. You don't need that. I do understand where Overton is coming from when she says that underselling the relationship. I think what she means with that is probably that when we put the stakes this high, right? And when we put like the emotional turmoil this high, it actually makes a lot of people care extremely about that relationship. People that maybe if we just had that relationship and there was no trouble and it was just wonderful and beautiful, or it would be just a nice side thing to, like, a side story to the main plot, then people maybe wouldn't take it as seriously, or people would like not care as much about that. Now that we have emotional turmoil within that, right, we feel for Vi, but at the same time, it villainizes Caitlyn as a representative of that group. So we are maybe perpetuating the stereotype of lesbians being emotionally cold, right? Or having more male traits, which arguably there is an argument to be made that maybe is the case. I don't know. I haven't read far enough into that, but it's definitely a stereotype that exists, right? That lesbians are more aggressive, more prone to fighting, more right. These things are stereotypes that exists, and Caitlyn's actually perpetuating that in a way with what we see here. And I do understand the frustration of seeing a well done LGBTQ plus relationship. Sorry, by the way, if I'm kind of a little bit weird in saying LGBTQ plus. I'm not saying that often. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm not saying that often, and it's a lot of letters, okay? Right? I would say queer, but I think it's not appropriate, but you know, right? Like a non-hetero relationship. to be actually abusive is obvious, or to have people who are quasi villains or antagonists or bad actors like Caitlyn is panning out to be, at the moment, at least at this section of the story, can be frustrating. I do see that as somebody who is maybe part of that group, and who's like, I wish there was sometimes a little bit more representation of people actually being kind of pinnacles of virtues and not vices, right? And I do 100% agree that romanticizing relationships that are toxic, romanticizing relationships that are bad for you, right, is not the way to go. I do think Overton might be speaking from either her own experience in entertainment, right, that the relationships she cared about the most in entertainment were the ones where she was really tense and like really kind of like rooting for the characters to get their act together and actually stop hurting each other, where it's like, yeah, yes, you belong together, don't you see that all of this like fighting and hurting each other is gonna stand in the way of your happiness, stuff like that. And then you have a nice ending where it's like, I love this, right? Like, and this is like what you remember from entertainment. Or she's talking about her own relationships, in which case I have to say there's oftentimes something called survivorship bias, where we do go through hard and harsh times, be that a businessman who is building his own company from the ground up, and then when he's very wealthy at some point in time, right, the company is big enough, they talk to people who maybe are at the start of that and having trouble, or people who are just normal workers, and they tell them the only reason why you're not wealthy is that you're not working hard enough. Because for them it's like, yes, the reason why I overcame all of these difficulties is that I put so much work into that. And they attribute that to their work and less to luck, talent, whatever, which is a big factor in becoming rich in our modern world. They attribute that more to that because it is better for their self-worth, right? It is also better for their confidence, better for their skills and abilities, because then they kind of exude that confidence of somebody who's went through a lot of shit and actually is arrived at a good place. And then they're like, okay, I did this on my own, all on my own, no help, whatever. They had help, probably, they had luck, all of these things. But this is survivorship bias. And I do feel like it's similar to in relationships, where it's like, I went through a really, really rough relationship, but we managed to fix all of that. We managed to actually find our way, and now we're head over heels for each other. We're in love. We are in harmony, right? We build a life together, and we are past that, right? And then this narrative, right? This mono narrative of you have to go through these specific difficulties for your relationship to be as tight as the one we have. It kind of builds itself. It's the same way in other areas, right? Of like soldiers that come back from war and maybe overcome their trauma, and then actually thinking that the skills they have, the confidence they have, the ability to be so steadfast in life as they are, comes from that trauma that they have experienced and overcome, which is partially true, but they think that this is necessary to actually get there. Same with people who are kind of have found themselves in society, right? And like maybe grew up with being physically abused, right? In school or whatever back in the day, right? Right? Teachers could hit kids and whatnot. Even today, that's still being done in some areas, sadly enough. But then people think, well, that's just part of growing up, right? And that's part of the deal. And then you stop doing that, and maybe you incidentally find that kid 1 and kid 2 and kid 3 aren't as resilient to stress, aren't as like disciplined and whatnot, and then you falsely attribute that to the fact that they haven't been hit as kids, right? Stuff like that. It like survivorship bias. You went through something hard, you experienced it yourself, and now you think it is an essential experience and an essential part of what gets you to the point you are now, and the point you are now at is actually relatively satisfied and happy and stable. And that's, yeah, kind of a misattribution that is sadly still being done in a lot of ways. So I do 100% see that this can be a problem. All right, we're gonna go into this first episode of Arcane, or into this fourth episode of Arcane, and actually check out what's happening, what's going on. I do hope that Caitlyn is gonna find her way again, but it's probably gonna take a while. So let's see what damage will be done before we hopefully come to a somewhat satisfying and probably bittersweet ending of Season 2. Arcane, Season 2, Episode 4 starts in 3, 2. Remember, as always, I'm probably gonna sync up after the DOP, right? 3, 2, 1. Means we're gonna skip DOP, basically. Ooh, yeah. It's authoritarian time, dude. Let's go. Yeah. Ooh, but painted town blue? What? Oh, we got riots going on, okay. And they all have, like, blue hair. It almost feels like they're all Jinx. Right? They're all the enemy, right? They're all Jinx. Holy shit, look at that. She's going fucking mad. Yeah, this is a problem for everyone now. Holy shit. And we do have like the murals and whatnot. Which are beautiful, by the way. In that last part, being foreshadowing for what Chase was doing last episode. Does it feel better, Caitlyn, or are you gonna feel worse and worse?
The city's not going anywhere.
I have an audience with the Masons Guild first thing in the morning.
Who are you talking to?
Let me guess.
Ooh.
Complaints about the Noxians.
Okay.
They doubled their fortification requests. Again. To
keep us safe.
I never expected this to go on.
I didn't expect that.
I thought... I don't know what I thought. Just... It wasn't this.
We call it off. Withdraw from the underground. Re-establish the council. All you have to do is give the order.
Nah, she's still holding on to that, yeah.
Besides, a withdrawal could lead to a worse situation than the one that...
Okay, Ambessa.
She delivered us Zorn, as she vowed. Without her, who knows how many enforcers we'd have lost. I've learned so much from her.
You're our leader. The enforcers, Piltover, they follow you. I follow you.
This is what she needs, though. This is what she needs. Praise and support.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Nobody here to challenge her.
you're in the wrong place. Scumbags and scallywags, put your hooks and paws
Oh, she's
together
Janko
for
Queen,
the
holy shit.
ugliest, goriest spectacle of your lives. In the gray corner, our undefeated champion, with claws like daggers and teeth like sharper daggers.
What the hell is this monstrosity?
The Challenger, a rising star with hideous mandibles and a face that would make a broke mother squirm. The creepy, the dastardly, Scuttlebutt.
What are we doing? This is like...
Who will enter? And after that,
Was she telling stories?
knows. Handlers, release your beasts.
Oh yeah, wait. This is like what they did... What Vi and her did when they were young, right? Hmm,
No, what are you doing?
basically.
Show some effort.
I mean, I guess this is some real bugs.
Congratulations on your victory. Well, you're past your prime, champ. The only thing to do is... A rematch? Return of the Titans.
Vengeance, redemption, the inexplicable release of bodily gases.
Does she talk?
All right, all right. Well, I still think it's a dumb idea. But I guess you won, and a deal's a deal.
It's very interesting how the tables turned.
Ta-da! You like it?
You're lucky. I didn't get to do much of this with my older sis. She was more into hitting things.
Yes, she was.
I had a different name back then. You know. Powder. Stupid, right? I thought I was rid of her for good, but, you kind of remind me of her.
Hmm, I thought so. This is her redemption, right? That she has to take care of somebody and is trying to make it better.
Did Sevika put you up to this? That's a past life kid.
Yeah, she
Knows about as sweet as last year's milk.
probably can't talk.
Jinx is dead.
Very interesting. Sorry for interrupting. It's very interesting that she probably can't talk. Either she never learned it or she's mute. It kind of forces you to pay more attention to her face and to her gestures, right? Kind of forces you to look her in the eyes and kind of like pay attention more. I do wonder if that is an element, because if people talk to you, right, you can be facing the other way and you can still listen to them. They're tone in their voice, all of these things. To pay a lot more attention if somebody can't talk, right? Somebody's communicating differently with you. And then you have to look at them. You have to perceive them as an individual. I think it's very interesting that she sees herself in I don't know how she's called, in her. I do wonder if that is like her saving grace eventually, that she has somebody else to take responsibility of. That's also what was like Silco's whole thing, that he, I mean, for Silco it was kind of his bane, but that was also because of all of the shit he did and because of like the position he was in. And in a way he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. Yeah. The moment you start identifying with somebody and caring about somebody, right? Especially her now being in the bigger sister role. And that kind of can give her a new perspective on things. Because she was never in the bigger sister role. Now she maybe understands how it feels to be the bigger sister. And then what troubles come with that as well. Because as you grow up and you stop being the child and you start being the adult and have a child to take care of, that is something that really changes things. I love this fucking Dishonored ass aesthetic. It's so amazing. What are you up to, Ambessa? Bro, if you're this scared, you shouldn't be in here. Yeah, he's dead. Yep. Called it. I do wonder if Chase refuses to actually help.
How, in a city teeming with brilliant inventors, have we managed to unearth such unrelenting incompetence? This is their doing.
We can't be certain the Black.
Keep their name out of your mouth.
We can't be certain the Order was also behind the disappearance of Jace and Heimerdinger.
Who else?
Ooh, Chase and Heimerdinger are gone. Holy shit.
This backwater, everyone with an inkling of talent vanishes. It's no coincidence. Our instincts were right. They fear Hextech. But we were too slow. How could I not secure the scientists?
You're coming to the wrong conclusions.
They have my daughter, Rictus.
Our moment will come, but you must be prepared.
Prepared for what? Prepared to do what? That's a question, huh? I do love the variety of people in there, right? Like the somebody with horns, somebody like a fish person, right? So many different visual designs.
You have Jinx to thank for this. She is not your friend. She is not your champion. She hides while you suffer, and yet you refuse to hand her over.
You're just making more enemies, my friend. Holy shit. What an entrance. What an entrance. Boom, boom, boom. She's got style. She's got so much style. Oh, it's not even her, it's fucking the kid. Holy fuck.
Jinx.
Somebody actually said like the keys is the symbol of Piltover.
I'd recognize it anywhere.
That's where the similarities end. No body count, no theatrics.
You think it's a copycat?
I think we've made them desperate for something to believe in.
You're just driving them into the arms
This
of
doesn't have
Jinx.
to change what we talked about this morning. You can still...
Officer Nolan. Quite the familiar face.
Super interesting how we have that,
I'd like a word with Commander Kiriman.
like we have that silhouette of her over Jinx's face. Almost like we're comparing.
I suppose I don't need to advise you on the hazards of professional entanglement.
Nor is that the advice you rushed here to provide.
It's beyond question that the news of Jinx's return will ignite Zornite resistance. But the blade cuts both ways. There's a trail. We have her scent. I'd expected this development would encourage you.
Was it for my encouragement that your man Rictus was instigating violence?
You don't trust me.
The
No.
blade cuts both ways.
Fearless child. You never shy.
You have a recommendation?
And she's still listening though.
Jinx at the checkpoint. One of them knows where she is.
Arrests require cause.
What greater cause is there than returning peace to this city?
And now we're starting to be
Why is
even
peace
more
always the
authoritarian.
justification for violence?
Hmm. You're asking the right questions though, Kate. I still see. Yeah, I mean,
We've lost so many. The anger, the sorrow. It's tiring. Gods, I know it's tiring.
of course, she's appealing to
You will
empathy.
never rest knowing that she's
Great
out
shot.
there.
Great shot.
Or maybe I underestimated you. Maybe you have the strength I do not. To forgive and trust in tomorrow. The decision is yours, Commander.
I hosted the
My God,
most
bro is back.
lavish galas in the city.
Bro has
It
fucking
was a measure of status to be on my guest list.
fallen.
Toast of the town. Now people avert their gaze when I roll by.
My gaze isn't averted.
Spare me. I wouldn't have hired you if you weren't versed in the art of indulging your clients' egos.
Plus, you're one of the few counselors left from the old batch, right? Never learned anything about the younger Medarda, did they?
Even when she's not here, she's all anyone talks about. I get it. She's the last heir of the great Medardas. But the writing's on the wall. When you're missing this long, you're not coming back.
Same time next week?
Tomorrow. The effects have been diminishing.
Huh. I keep hearing about this healer down in the fissures, way out on the fringes.
Victor.
They say he makes miracles happen. I saw one, like nothing I'd ever seen before. Can't hurt to look, can it?
Ooh, interesting. I do wonder what they're gonna do with that, right? That he potentially meets Victor.
You could have warned me.
Fat chance. About what?
You're stunned at the checkpoint.
No idea what you're babbling about.
That wasn't you.
It wasn't her. Also, interesting haircut.
However it happened, the whole Undercity's buzzing, saying you're back. So I'm thinking,
Not your strong suit.
would make a world of difference if you showed up.
Not your strong suit. Holy shit, Jinx, stop
symbol?
burning her.
Silco spent his whole life trying to rally the Undercity together. Stupid joke that it is, you have the chance to pull it off.
I told you I'm not interested.
Do you know how much he sacrificed to protect you? He believed in
Ooh.
your potential.
Well, then he shouldn't have died.
We're having a rally tonight. Vander statue. Firelights, your fans, anyone I can bring to the table. Stick your head in the dirt if you want. But this fantasy you've been living out here, it's not gonna last forever.
Yeah. I mean,
Don't
she's
trip
been
on the
running
way
away,
out.
right?
I don't know how you do it, kid.
I gotta go bother someone.
Who are you gonna talk to, Jinx? Who are you gonna talk to?
Still giving me the silent treatment, huh? Between you and Isha, I'm losing my snappy comebacks. Me, a hero. How screwed up is this place?
No pressure.
I
What are
know
you talking?
Sevika's right, and I probably owe it to
If you're even talking to somebody.
I'm
Oh,
down
you're
for
talking
murdering
to
and all,
the chair, right?
I got something going now. A friend. And I don't want to mess it up.
A friend.
Maybe that's what I was like for you.
She's afraid, huh?
If you care so much about me playing your stupid revolution game, speak up now. Or I guess you're really gone. And there's no reason to stay here anymore.
This is difficult. Oof. There's nothing you're getting out of them. Not at this stage. Ooh, do we not know where Echo is? Because he's part of the mural now. Where the fuck is he? I mean, we know oh, he disappeared with Vander and Heimerdinger, of course. Oh, where the fuck are they? What pocket dimension did they get into? Oh, they got something out of him. They know where they're meeting.
It's no secret we got history. Blood spilt on all sides. But we grew up on the same streets. Ate the same scraps.
Sevika trying to hold it all together.
Enforcers raiding our homes, Noxians down our throats, innocents getting carted off to Stillwater. We gotta choose right now whether we're gonna throw in the towel or make a stand together. Not as firelights, or jinxers, or washed up goons. As Zonites.
Kids. A symbol, though she didn't want to become one. Another crackdown, huh? Holy shit, he is huge. Yeah, Jinx probably gonna come in. She made up her mind. Ooh, holy fuck, dude. Brave little one. And he doesn't care. Oh, dog. Dog is here, so is the fucking Frankenstein here as well? What magic is he doing? He's just luring it here. How does it work? But you know, it is what it is. See, that's a problem. It just keeps escalating. Yep. Ooh.
I get it. We're playing that game, are we?
No. Isha, that's her name, okay.
Isha? They got her. What? She came to the rally. Topside raided the place. Took everyone.
Now she's in the game. This is not good. I mean, it's good for her probably in the long term, but like that she gets involved in this, but
Chin up, little one. I'll tell you a secret. We won't be staying long.
if he gets into the prison, does that mean the monster's gonna break all of the prisoners free? That could be devastating for them. I love that. That is so cool from an artistic level. Right, like that. Kinda reminds me of that one March comes in like a lion scene. Episode 10. Shout out. If you know, you know.
Don't suppose you can swim, huh, Lefty? Well, only leaves the fun option.
Lefty. Alright.
I'm gonna hate this, aren't I?
Sevika, you need a new haircut. I'm sorry, but also, what is blood doing?
Ha! It's me, your vile villainess, the author of your nightmares, the dread of
Who
your...
are you?
Jinx?
Yeah, never heard that before.
You're not gonna haul me in? Claim the prize? Be the big hero?
You expect me to believe Jinx, the master criminal, wears pants like that?
What's wrong with my pants?
Okay.
You look like a half-eaten circus tent.
What's wrong with the pants? Hello?
I am Jinx!
Yeah, everybody will believe that you are a fucking guard. Hello?
Half-eaten.
Can we focus?
Alright, dude.
Let's go.
Ooh, big mama. Don't you take her in?
I gave her a choice between this and a swim in the harbor.
It's going a little bit too smoothly for my taste, but... very interesting how she ignores that.
Carry on, officer.
Yes, sir. Move it.
I mean, she's other worries, but... I do wonder why she didn't get suspicious. Little BC, still on its way. Ripperonis. I don't suspect a lot of these people will survive the night. Very smooth. Very smooth. Open the floodgates. What is she waiting for, though? And now she's thinking back on it. Now it dawns on her.
I am your big fat hero.
Very interesting. That hesitance on the connection. Something different to realize that everybody is actually a human being, right? And to feel like that connection, that hope placed in you. I don't know if she can actually process that, right? Like, or if it overwhelms her in a way. He's going to be pondering on that. Where the fuck is Vi at this point? Ooh, is the monster gonna come? Oh, she's gonna have some shit to deal with, huh? I don't know if she's ready for what's gonna come out of there. And we didn't see the outcome. Oh, that's where he shows.
You're late for Stinkma's great comeuppance.
Yeah, she sees it. As does the dog. Yeah. Ambessa didn't stop it. Unforeseen circumstances, huh? Ooh. Oh, with metal parts in addition to that? It's like Bane, literally. Ooh. Yeah. It doesn't do a lot.
Get her out.
But she has her powers, it's just like she probably doesn't stand a chance anyway. That Loki kind of looks like what happened to Vander when he was full of shimmer. I do wonder if that used to be a human. Shit, the animation is crazy. Yep. Fuck me, dude. Are you kidding me? Bro, are you kidding me? Dog, what the fuck did you do? Dog, what the fuck did you do? And why? Oh. Like, I was just saying that as a one-off. I was like, okay, kinda looks like Vander when he had the shimmer thing. That is just like peak visual design, not gonna lie. To make that instantly recognizable. That is insane. I'll have to stew on that for a second. I still don't know how that like works with the blood. What Doc did do here, where he's like, "Here, look at the blood." What's like, what? Why is he, or is it after Doc, or was it after Doc? No idea. Don't know if it's a good thing that they actually bring Vander back in some shape or form. I guess the shape or form in this case would be more on along the lines of like taking him out of his misery is the best thing to do, because I can't imagine him existing as a normal human being after this. So it's more like a grotesque act of necromancy, if you want. Right. Oh, there's something after this. We have like a preview or something? What's happening? Oh no, we have like the different like languages. Sometimes my brain doesn't work. It's just how it is, you know? I'll be right back. All right, let's disable the audio and go back through it. Talk a little bit about it. Had a lot of interesting elements here. Love the intro, like, and how we're going grayscale with everything, because a lot of like oppression, authoritarian kind of vibes and feel is black and white. That's how it feels, right? Right? There's just like somebody who's making the rules, and there's no wiggle room for any rules, and you're pushing this kind of like just keep your head down and live attitude onto people, right? Like, don't bother anybody, don't question authority, right? But through this black and white dichotomy, through this oppression, through this like almost like through this atmosphere, we have color coming through, and the color is blue. I do have a personal connection with this because I had a phase in my life where I wasn't doing that. I had a phase in my life where I was socially very isolated. I didn't feel good. I had to endure a lot on just like a personal level. And I felt like every day, like getting up and just going to school, going to do things that you normally do in life, it didn't feel worth it, right? It felt like everything around me was grayscale. There was no color in my life. Literally, that's how I felt. And this is why this like these kinds of uses of like monochrome, of like grayscale and black and white are so effective, resonate so much with me, because I do have that actual lived experience of when I think back, the world appeared to me very gray and monotone and very, very dark, just like very bland in a way. And once I actually got past this, once the world opened up to me, once human warmth was getting in, once like interests were beginning to sprout again, once like everything around me became more colorful again, right? The grass, the plants, everything was so vivid and green, right? Like and all the structures around me, even like buildings that normally are more on like the toned down side when it comes to colorful, even everything just seemed a lot more, seemed to like pop out a lot more. So I resonate a lot with this kind of visual storytelling, where you do express a feeling so well on like a very personal level. And this is how the people must feel there, right? Because no matter who's responsible for it, that being partially Jinx, partially Caitlyn with what she's doing, right? Ambessa or whatever. The reality of their day-to-day is that everything is gray, everything is oppressive. You can't just scoff at somebody, or you might just be beaten up and interrogated the hell out of. You saw that in one of like the earlier scenes where we do have our I don't know his name. I know they said his name, but I don't know his name. Like general dude who's right under Ambessa, who just picked that guy out, that kind of rolled his eyes at him and started beating the shit out of him. And you're like, holy shit, dude, that shouldn't be allowed. That shouldn't be okay. Just to be like even a minute amount of defiant. And the blue color is Jinx, right? Them. Like, when you start doing something like that, being like, look at her, right? She's responsible for all of your blight. She's responsible that we're doing this shit. I think what you're doing is, since Jinx is part of this community, part of this circle, right? Since Jinx kind of represents the oppressed masses of the lanes, of Son, and since she was de facto like the child of their former leader, which is, even if he was bad for a lot of the lanes, Silco, the result of that is that you're just driving everybody further into her arms, right? And putting everybody who's like feeling oppressed and feeling like they're being mistreated. They're all looking to this figure, this shadowy figure that is elusive and is not being caught and is actually causing chaos and mischief as kind of a symbol that you can resist, a symbol that you do not have to take the shit that you're being kind of exposed to, right? That is being pushed onto you. Punk culture, right? And once a couple of people start painting their hair blue, once a couple of people use that blue color as a symbol, it becomes more than what it used to be, right? It becomes a shining beacon in the light, and you hold on to that identity. And this is what we see here, right? With Caitlyn looking at that map that has all kinds of connections to Jinx, right? That are not direct connections to Jinx and more like connections of people want to imitate Jinx, people want to be like Jinx, people look up to her as a symbol. And it's kind of just boxing her in, it's caging her in, it's cutting her, because it is against her as the oppressive, powerful general of the Piltover forces. It becomes a symbol of rebel culture. You see that a lot, like the graffiti, the bright colors, right? Like the colors that almost sting when you look at them. You see that a lot as well in like cyberpunk media. That's why in the very beginning, when we looked at Sawn and some of like the art that's connected to it, some of like the culture that's connected to it, I said it's so close to what cyberpunk is, right? Because in cyberpunk you do have these powerful corporations that basically fight out trade wars, that decide over life and death, that do not give a single fuck about a person's life if they can't profit from it. And you do have the people at the bottom who are trying to get up there and who are trying to rebel against what these corporations stand for, rebel against the power that they have, rebel against the blatant disregard that they're showing, rebel against the exploitation that is being done in their name. And then it is similar here. And we do have, once again, this beautiful, right? Beautiful display of what culture can actually do. Because you try to constrain culture, you try to like tell people how to live their lives and tell people how to conduct themselves in a contract that is one-sided, right? Those people didn't sign that agreement. Those people weren't like, yeah, I want to be a citizen of this country and I see my benefits from living in a society and adhering to the rules, because they themselves suffer from the rules of this society. They are being systematically oppressed. So obviously they never agreed to being part of this society. And there's a spirit that comes from that where you're like, no, I do not want to be part of this anymore. I want to be the author of my own fate. I want to belong to the community, right, that takes care of each other, the people who are like me, who are oppressed like me, who share my experiences. And we do not want to have anything to do with these people that are so far from our reality that they don't understand our suffering. They don't understand where we come from. And they see us as criminals, as bugs, as vermin, and they would like to eradicate us if they could, or at the very least control us, to exploit us and make use of us without giving us thanks in return, right? Without giving us what we like, human rights on a very basic level. But you can't contain an idea. You can't contain a feeling. You can't contain a feeling of coherence, of community, a rejection of your values. And it expresses itself in all kinds of manners, be that music or, as we see here, beautiful, beautiful art, powerful art that expresses a lot of like what the human experience is. I mean, look at that. Look at that symbol holding up that flag high, right? holding up the flag of revolution. We go back to like that Les Mis reference in the OP, holding up that flag of revolution with the blue color of Jinx's hair, and we do see Jinx's hair and her pigtails going out all the way, building like a mantle or a shield that includes everybody who is fighting in her name and fighting for the same cause she is fighting, at least from the perspective of the people. Because for the people, like, Jinx is the person that the persona non grata, the public enemy number one, and as such she becomes a symbol if she does represent that specific spirit and idea or not. She becomes that symbol because she is seen as the one who rebels the most against Topside, even if she herself doesn't actually mean it that way. At least didn't mean it that way until the end of this episode, right? Where I do feel like she kind of understood the gravity of what she represents to the people, right? The hopes they put in her, to a degree, not completely, but to a degree. So yeah, Jace being gone, Heimerdinger being gone, Echo being gone. I didn't think about that they just touched the hex core and suddenly they vanished. And like, what the fuck, right? What do you do with that? Because obviously Mel is gone, but Ambessa does attribute everybody, like all of the people gone, to Black Rose actually doing that, which is partially wrong and partially right, because obviously the Black Rose would want that outcome, right? That she is unable to utilize Hextech, and obviously the Black Rose probably sees Hextech as a threat, but they didn't disappear Chase, they didn't disappear Heimerdinger. And she uses somebody else for comfort, right? To find pleasure in moments of pain, to mend her broken heart. But I want to say, like, Caitlyn, you're partially responsible for that yourself, right? You picked that up, that grief and pain that you got from your mother dying. You painted Vi as the enemy after she protected a literal child. You blamed Vi for your own, or, well, maybe not even your own failure, but the failure of bringing Jinx in or killing her. Because shit happened, right? Shit that none of you could have foreseen. So I think, like, obviously it helps you in that moment because you're externalizing it. You're like, okay, it's all the people of the lane's fault. We need to, like, go in there hardcore and just create order, which never gonna work, right? If you don't create conditions that people are willing to accept, right? If the people have that fighting spirit and they would rather die than to be oppressed by you, then there's nothing you can do. You need to create that opening. You need to create that olive branch, right? You need to open up and be vulnerable in order for somebody else to be able to show their vulnerability. And that's the issue, right? Because if one side is super, super powerful and the other one is barely holding on, and there's no vulnerability here, and like all of the rules and order and whatever and the demands are being imposed from here, this side will never accept it until they're absolutely devastated and completely done. But if you're closer to one another, right? If you're in a negotiating position where one side is giving concessions to the other side because they realize it's not going to go that way, right? We lost a lot of people. It's time to end the bloodshed, right? That side then gives concessions to that side. Then that side can be lifted up to the point where they're like, okay, we can agree that we all hurt one another and that all of this stuff can't be forgiven, but we can agree that we will not continue this bloodshed and we will kind of create a new compromise, a new order where we can exist parallel to one another. But the more you are up here, the further away you are from the reality of the people down here, and you're not gonna be able to realistically make this happen unless you absolutely destroy everybody and everything that is there. And then at that point, you kind of have nothing left. You probably have lost enough of your own people to account for to account for hundreds of terrorist attacks that must have happened to kill the same amount of people that you yourself killed by going in there, going hard, and just starting this literal civil war happening here. Because that's what it is, right? It's a civil war. And I do understand your suffering. I do understand you do have some questions, right? Where you're like, am I really doing the right thing? But you're not asking yourself those questions enough. And you're not acknowledging them enough. And I don't know if somebody like her being here and being like, sure, being like, yes, you can end it tomorrow. It's up to you. But also being like, I'm here for you, whatever. If like just being positive and not challenging you in any direct way might be problematic, right? Might be somebody who's just reinforcing your tendencies. Even though she's definitely trying, I do think that maybe comes from a place that she herself did idolize not only Caitlyn but also Vi. So there is that. But yeah. It is hard. We have a lot of mirror reflection shots where Caitlyn is looking at herself and not liking what she sees. Every time she's looking into her own eyes, we do feel like the tension. Very well done on that part. We have that grand show, and I was like, what's happening here, right? Like, is that a public show? Is she doing some stuff? But it's just her playing with Isha, and it's kind of like really adorable how she is. I mean, Jinx herself is in many ways still a child, right? Mentally. So there's that connection that she definitely feels with Isha. And like I said, this kind of reminds me of what Vi and Power used to do back in the day when they told each other stories about scary monsters and which monster is scarier and whatnot, right? Like, it's kind of reminiscent of that. The broken mirror still being there. And her kind of just like, right, Jinx being a role model to her, even though that's far from being good. I guess, I mean, she's not doing anything nasty, and you do see like whenever Jinx is with her, she's a lot more empathetic, she's a lot more nice. She's treating her like a kid, not like her like friend on equal levels. Although I do feel like sometimes I guess maybe interacting with her puts her back into that child role, and as such they can be on eye level, and she's treating her like a kid anyway. But she's treating her like she's a big sister to her, which I'm like, this definitely is her road to redemption in a way that or to responsibility, that she has to take responsibility for Isha, that she has to like look at her looking at her, right? She's observing her so closely, right? There is, and Jinx feels that, especially later on. There is this responsibility upon her to make sure that Isha is growing up better than she did. Which Vander kind of low-key had too going on, where he wanted Powder and Vi not to engage in these things, thievery and whatnot, and then brawls, because he was like, I don't want you to grow up the same way I had to grow up. Because there's a lot of violence, there's a lot of drama there's a lot of things that don't need to happen, damage that shouldn't be happening to children. And you do see that theme in a lot of like ways, from economic all the way to just societal, that parents do want their children to do better than they did themselves. Now obviously sometimes you can go down the wrong path with that and try to impose on your children things that you yourself wanted to fulfill but were never able to, or you want to impose on your children things that you think will be better for them in the long run. But they kind of reject that as the generational conflict that will always occur in some way. On a grander scale, like it's not going to occur for everyone. There's certainly going to be people who are like, I want to be just like my father, and the father is actually a really upstanding guy, and he's like, and then they're very much in agreement with everything, and that's just how it goes. That's something that happens too. But I think there's nothing inherently unhealthy about children and teenagers rebelling against the adults and disagreeing with them, because I feel like they have to make their own experiences. And sometimes they come around to the viewpoints of the adults, and sometimes the adults were actually wrong, and the teenagers or children did have a better idea of how to live their life and where to go and what the correct way to deal with things is. And they will improve on what the parents maybe did wrong, even if the parents largely did very well. Yeah, she's definitely acting like a role model. Like I said, gorgeous art style. Dishonored looking, and I do adore Dishonored to this day. I do love how full of atmosphere this game and the series is with its art style. And she's becoming desperate. Ambessa is becoming desperate, and she wants to, right? And there's there comes a point in time when you attribute everything that you're experiencing, everything that doesn't go the way you want it to go, to be the thing you fear the most. And as a result of that, you double down in your strategy. And this is where she's at. This is like her thing. She's doubling down because she hasn't learned it any other way. It's like, I need to take control. I need stronger weapons. I need everything in order to control all of my environment, because otherwise I'm going to lose my grip and it'll be all lost, right? Including Mel, who she thinks, and which is actually the case, the Black Rose has. But at some point then, anything that doesn't go your way is a grand conspiracy from your main adversary to actually make you weaker. And that is dangerous, because at some point you do things that you can't take back. I mean, for her that goes anyway, right? She's like an external force that came in and actually caused immense pain and suffering and chaos through her meddling, just in an attempt to regain control over the things she doesn't want to lose, right? And in just pushing so hard for that, maybe making an enemy of the Black Rose and continuing to try to do that, right? Go for Hextech and whatnot, that possibly the Black Rose fears. She actually fulfilled that prophecy, right? That fear that she had that Mel would be taken away. She fulfilled that herself, because I do believe that it is entirely possible that if she let it be, right, there would have been, Mel would have been fine, right? She wouldn't have been targeted. There's so much attention to detail, right? The spyglass, all of the lines. Like I said, so many different people. We do have that little Scott. He didn't even roll his eyes. That's the insane thing. And dude's like, "You what? You breathed wrong in my presence?" I was like, "This is all Jinx's fault," but you're literally driving them all into her arms. Again, her enemy staring into her eyes, but also her own image being overlaid with Jinx's. And the fact that she has blue hair just makes it more on the nose almost. She doesn't like to see that, but there is more overlap than she thinks between the two of them. It's like, the more she stares into that, the more it hurts her that she could be discovering something that makes her think otherwise about her, right? Sees her thinking of, sees her cognition of Jinx as an absolute monster and the arch enemy, basically. It's always like that. Why do we not have the subtitles? Have I literally not have? Oh, I didn't have the subtitle. I apologize. We're gonna have the subtitles next episode. But she's still listening to those recommendations. I do see like that. Ambessa is definitely respecting Jinx a lot for respecting Caitlyn a lot for standing her ground and questioning her. But at the same time, she still got her in the palm of her hands. We do see though that there is a visual barrier between the two of them in this shot, which kind of could foreshadow that divide between the two of them happening. We have like the little gap in the got like the little gap in the got like the little gap in the curtain where the light is coming through, and I do feel like the shadows are more on Ambessa's side and the light is more on Caitlyn's side, where the light is kind of shining onto her face, although a part of her face is still in shadows, part of her figure is still in shadows. So there's definitely that duality going on a visual level, right? Shadow, light. Why is peace always the justification for violence? But she is definitely perpetuating that. And you know what? She does look a lot weaker. Caitlyn does look a lot weaker in many of these shots. Right? Like even with slightly bent back. She keeps manipulating. I do love this shot where she's like taking up so much space and Caitlyn is basically on her shoulders, more or less. And she's stoking the fires. As she's stoking the fires, again, a piece of symbolism, right? Stoking the fires, but she's stoking the fires of Caitlyn's emotions and appealing to her emotionality. I do wonder if he's gonna meet with Victor, right? And what's happening there. There could be all kinds of developments coming out of that, which is gonna be super interesting. So far, he's been very much an instrument of everything else, right? Like he's been very much a tool for a lot of people and for a lot of plot developments. I do wonder if Victor healing him might have an effect of him actually taking a different path that is not involved with all of this politics stuff, but more with just trying to bring peace to the people, right? Like maybe supporting Victor in whatever end goal he does have of ending the suffering of these people with Shimmer and whatnot. I said it before, I don't necessarily like Sevika's new like haircut, but whatever. I mean, it is what it is. At the very least, she's sticking to her guns, right? And she's trying to motivate Jinx. I love how she's like on her right side. It's like almost like she used to be the right-hand woman of Silco, and now she's trying to be the right-hand woman of Jinx, but not in the sense that she's trying to manipulate her to do what she wants her to do, but more like she's like, look, all of these people and Silco, they spend their whole life trying to rally the Undercity together, right? Get them together. And you seem to inevitably kind of do that without even wanting to do that. If you step up and take the responsibility, we could really achieve something. She's kind of making her aware that, first of all, like, obviously that is kind of a little bit of guilt tripping, but also coming from Sevika's emotions, right? Because she's like, you know how much we all sacrificed in all of that time, and how much Silco actually tried to protect you. And now you do have the chance to maybe fulfill his desire, his wish, long term. Our wish. And obviously she's emotionally involved in all of this. You could step up, you could be their hero. You're kind of running away, in a sense. Running away from the reality, just staying in a little bubble. And it resonates with her, what she's saying, right? You're like the firelights, your fans, right? All of the people who dyed their hair blue. Stick your head in the dirt if you want, like an ostrich. But this fantasy you've been living out here, it's not gonna last forever, right? At some point, everything's gonna come crashing down. So do you want to stand up and help the people to actually create a space for yourself, create a home and a living? She goes back to Silco, right? Imaginary Silco in a way. She's kind of still trying to process that he's actually gone, trying to process that she is alone and has to take over that role of the person that used to be somebody who's kind of a buffer and is like, okay, it's all right, I protect you. That like, I guess in a way almost Powder has to cease completely. It's like those aspects of her, those elements of her who are like, please come back, I don't know what to do. Those are still Powder. And like the aspects of her that are like, screw them, right? Like, what's up, people, right? Like the Joker-like identity, that's Jinx. And Jinx was always strong. So the question is, in which direction do I move? Do I move in the direction of Powder, where it's like, I don't know what to do, I need somebody to help me and protect me? Or do I move in the direction of, there's all these people that put their hopes in me and that need me to protect them, to stand up for them, to be a symbol for them? Can I take that next step? And it will end up being Isha who is the motivator for her to take the next step, to go in that direction at the very least. And also then experience for the first time on an emotional level what hopes are being put in her. And Echo was added to the mural, which sad, because nobody knows where he is. Just like insane. Also, like, obviously the pink-haired girl was not an accident. I was like thinking back on that. I don't know if I said that before, but I think I didn't. The pink-haired girl that Jinx saw in, I think, the like episode 4 of season 1, where she was so tripped up because she confused her with Vi. I think like that pink-haired girl obviously was doing the same thing that people are doing now with Jinx, which is she was seeing Vi as a hero, right? As a fallen hero, and Vi was on the mural of like the entire community's like big banner of lost heroes and whatnot. And she painted her or she dyed her hair pink because she wanted to be like her, right? She looked up to her. Maybe she was somebody who knew Vi like when she was a little kid or whatever. Big picture of Vander here, or the statue of Vander here. Sevika are kind of looking up and trying to get to terms also with the fact that she kind of betrayed him, right? And not being sure if that was the right thing to do, I feel. Very interesting how both her and Silco came back to this statue, kind of looking at it as if to ask for guidance in a way. And then we mirror that with Caitlyn standing in front of the statue of her mother and looking for guidance there. Obviously memorizing and honoring her with the candle, with the lamp, but also not being sure what to do really. Also continuing kind of to be part of the problem, right? Yeah. See nothing, hear nothing. It's gonna happen. Everybody's pretending like they don't pay attention and all of that, right? Blot out the eyes with the blue color, right? Paint the big people under her as like devils, right? Because they represent the opposition. We're in this mess together. Noxians down our throat. We gotta choose right now whether we're gonna throw in the towel and fight together as Sawnites, right? As people of the same region, as people with the same experience and reality we're gonna live. And obviously she was never that leader, right? She was never that symbol. Even when she tried to be that. And she recognized that early when she started following Silco, because he was more of a symbol than her. All the shit the crazy, not healthy shit that he did for the lanes, right? That he did to the lanes. And then Isha comes out and she's like painting that symbol. She's lighting the fire. Even Doc is here. And then they crack down. They're like, they don't care, right? Like a little child, just throw her there. When you get to the point that you're incarcerating children, literal children, and you throw them into a piece of like stone, just because they attack you and kick you and whatnot, you're so much stronger. You could have done anything to constrain them. But you don't care at this point. You're trying to eradicate something that you can't eradicate, which is an idea, a feeling. Once it's out, it's out. It's like Pandora's box. You can't close that. And Doc, I still don't know what he's doing with Vander. What he did and why he did it, right? Maybe just trying to revive something of the past, right? Of a past time that used to be good. But what is his like his intentions with this Frankenstein monstrosity? Does he just want to wreak havoc, or does he have a specific thing in mind? I love some of these like Dutch-ish angles that we're using as Jinx is coming in and realizing that Isha is coming. And we start with the flashes again, right? The trauma's coming in, the emotional highs are coming in. Fear of abandonment, stress, right? Self-blame, guilt, all of these things, the voices. He wants to silence them, but they're coming up, obviously. Silco, this is like an insane cut, right? Like from him, like just kind of almost growing out of her back, right? And then just being symbolized in these shadowy figures that talk to her. Milo, Clagger, Silco, Vi. Like zigzag lines, right? Like electricity brimming in her below her skull, where she did, right? We did have that moment in, I think, episode 2 of season 2. Right after the song Sucker, where we do have her being like, do you feel that buzzing the back of your eyes? It makes you feel like everything could just go pow. And this is that, right? This is that, her feeling that in that moment. So insane with how they show that on a visual level. And the dog obviously connecting to Isha to a degree, feeling for her, empathizing with her because he had a daughter. I do love that, right? I shouted out like, whatchamacallit, episode 10 of Sangatsu no Lion, because this is literally that. Everything else ceases to exist, right? All the contours, the details, they all wash away, and all you have is like an almost monochrome view of something, like very faint figures and shapes and structures. There is no detail to them because you have tunnel vision. And that's kind of like a really, really good way to display somebody, like a beast in Blood Rage or something. And it also is reminiscent, now that I think about it, of Dishonored 2 and one of the abilities there. So that's also very... I'm pretty sure that with Dishonored being done by Studio Arcane, who is, as far as I remember, I think French, or at the very least European. I think like there's heavy inspiration of some of the animators of Fortiche when it comes to like Dishonored and the art style and whatnot, and even like the different elements. Beautiful way, right? Even to just like that, to kind of visualize a smell. You have this like gaseous form. And great touch, amazing touch, going from like a very flat surface without any details to all of these like the stone masonry kind of like that you see in some of the cities sometimes, right? With the ground is like single stones can be made out on the ground, which is like a really cool structure for a ground to have, right? For a street to have. Jinx kind of gotten a hold of herself, being sassy again, and Sevika being like, "Oh," right? But she's kind of glad that Jinx is not like that. She has her composure again, of course. And this dude, or not dude, this girl. I'm sorry, you. As you like your inner child coming out, you're like, I have a weapon now. Not very mature. And her approach is not very mature either. She's like, yeah, sure, you're Jinx, of course you are. And then we have this right here, right? Dude literally checking her out, right? Looking at her butt being, and her legs being like, nice. And then absolute common enforcer L. Yeah. Common enforcer L. Let's fucking go. Like, I was kind of surprised that they didn't catch on to that, but yeah. And this kind of like Ambessa going past that and not recognizing it immediately kind of shows how occupied, like how preoccupied her mind is with all of her worries and trying to desperately keep control, right? Because otherwise she would have probably peaked. That either that is Jinx, or at the very least it is an enforcer who maybe is on the other side and kind of like being rebellious against that. A lot of moving pieces here. Again, I think I really love how the artistry is done, right? Like how everything in this prison is very rectangular. It's very like strict feeling, right? It's very like square in a way. While when you have like something artistic, right? Or some architectural structure that is more flowing, right? That is more rounded and has interesting and irregular shapes. That kind of represents more of a free spirit, right? While this is exactly the opposite of that, which is absolutely rectangular, absolutely right angles everywhere, right? It's monolithic. It's very, very stringent, right? It's very, don't leave any gaps. It's very regular. Everything follows rules. That's what it it invokes in you when you look upon structures like that. You love the blue hue and the red, right? Like the contrast of the two, especially since we use that in combination with Jinx a lot as well, right? Blue and red, and the purple of the eyes then, right? Crooked angle, but a good one in this case, right? And it kind of, the camera almost follows her holding her head, holding her hand high up, right? Like a symbol. But she's like still playing the theatrics where she's like, hey, and everybody's kind of really seeing her for the first time, either for the first time in a while or for the first time ever. And so we do end with people who she was like, oh, hey, look at me, whatever, right? And she did not expect this immediate eye-to-eye emotional connection. I said it a million times. In big parts of human culture, the eyes are seen as a window to the soul. If you look into somebody's eyes, there's a lot of vulnerability in there, there's a lot of connection, there's a lot of emotionality. You get kind of a better sense of the person opposite to you being a human being. And actually having that closeness that she is shrieking away from because she's not used to that. It feels weird, it feels intimidating, it feels unsafe. Even with like the connection. But them seeking out that connection, that you feel the warmth of another human being, of the hand lying on your shoulders, right? You feel that electrochemistry, the connection. That is something that is very personal and intimate for her, and that is something that she's not used to. She's gotten hugs from Silco and Vi, of course, from Vander as well, but there's this like, this is not a hug, this is not like a big sister or what, this is somebody who is recognizing you as a human being for the first time, recognizing you as somebody who you put a lot of hope in, but also as somebody who is not above you, somebody who is with you, right? Who's the same as you. This is kind of welcoming you into the community in a way that is very intimate and human rather than putting you on a pedestal, I feel. Acknowledging Jinx's humanity that she herself oftentimes doesn't want to acknowledge for herself, which is a big problem. Because that kind of creates this sense for her that she has to, like, she does have a lot of disassociation with herself. And when somebody's actually getting so close to her and actually bringing across this feeling of recognizing you as a human being, even though you yourself don't recognize yourself as a human being all the time, right? You push that thought away, right? You push away that inherent human quality of yourself. This can be intimidating, it can be frightening, but it can also be an eye-opening experience. And this is what you get here, right? The sense of like, we're with you. And in that moment, it's the first time it actually becomes real for Jinx. Because before that, it was more of an abstract thought, an idea. And now it's real. It is real. Just like her connection with Isha is real. So beautiful with like all of the clouds, the fog around it, right? The grayscale. And her kind of obviously sticking out of that. And then we roll in the wagon and she's preparing herself. And we do see through all of the gray and the bluish hints, the red that is contrasting so extremely. But it's not green as we've seen with the Doctor and whatnot when we try to create evoke this feeling of like an unnatural but biological experiment. And now we invoke danger with the red. Close connection. And you do see she's brave, right? She's brave and happy at first, right? There's this like, hey, I stuck to my convictions. I didn't cave. I'm strong. I'm alright. All of these things. And when they look into each other's eyes, and she takes her hands to her face, kind of like a mother, or also kind of like Vander when he did it with Vi in one of the first episodes of season 1. That is the moment of connection and vulnerability again. And that is the moment when her hard shell of I'm alright, I'm a fighter, breaks, and she can be herself, her afraid self, her can let her pain out, can let her sorrow out, right? And her worry that she had all of this time, the dam breaks. And there's nothing separating the two of them. Not that hard shell is breaking away. Because now she knows that she is safe. And that is, because of that is a very powerful connection, and the Doctor does recognize that as well. Although I don't know why he closes the gate, if that's like just protecting himself, or because we do see like a somewhat of like regret almost in his eyes. I feel like that he's like, I don't want this to happen to you, but it's unfortunate that you are in this situation, in this moment, and will probably get killed by the monster, right? Red clashes with blue once again. All of the smoke coming out. It's like insane like animation work, of course, as always. The sparks flying. And like the speed at which it's happening. It's crazy, right? And you do have all of these metal parts combined with like the shimmer-like parts that we have, like reminiscent of like these big daddy thingies that attacked when the memorial service was happening, and that defended the shimmer factories when Jason and Vi were going in there. This artwork of like just pure fucking and all of the blood. Holy shit, that is just insane. And how fast it happens. Like using, it's kind of like simmering, but it's almost not being effective. It just gets like pain, gets jolted by the pain, but shrugs it off pretty quickly. And we do still have that smell being there. Like I said, like it's very, very reminiscent of what Vander was doing. And we almost have like a Full Metal Alchemist kind of deal, where we do have like the door closing and her just being like, no, I want to stay with Jinx. I don't want her to die. And I think this is almost where she's defiantly accepting her own death. When she takes, like, if she can take the monster with her. And we do see that recognizing powder for a second, and all of that, like, rage getting, like, going away. And we do see suddenly green and blue eyes. I think Vander had blue eyes, actually. I think the green might be a shimmer effect or something. I don't remember him having, like, heterochromia. But yeah, I do wonder what's gonna happen next. If we can actually reason with the monster, or if they're, yeah, or if we need to take it out of its misery and then end up having to fight even more enemies down the line. I do wonder how Ambessa is doing, if she is seriously injured. And I do wonder how Kate is gonna react to the fact that the entire prison was basically torn apart, a lot of people escaped, and a lot of guards died. If that she's gonna attribute that only to the people who escaped, or if there's like, if she can see the evidence and the signs of like some outside force that is not them actually taking part in that. If Ambessa can actually say, oh no, that was something else, like a monster or something, or if Ambessa is just gonna stay silent and just let Kate believe what she wants to believe in order for her to get what she wants out of that. Because obviously Kate has enough evidence and has enough smarts and rationality to get to the bottom of this, to actually understand where this might be coming from. But at the same time, obviously she has enough emotionality and pain and like doubling down and cognitive dissonance to actually just say, no, I'm just gonna believe what I want to believe, and I'm gonna triple down on this. But yeah, next episode, couple of seconds. See you then. Right, boys, we are back. We're getting into Arcane. Season 2, Episode 5. In a 3, a 2, a 1. This time with subtitles. I do apologize for not having subtitles the first time around. It is what it is. Maybe I can get it on top of that. It's probably... I don't know if it's doable. And some Fight Club stuff going on. Is that the dude from like... Ooh, wait. This is the dude from the prison, right? Rip. Was that Vi? Holy shit, what the fuck is going on with you, Vi? And her friend is actually, like, our other dude is with her. She's on her metal arc. I mean, I can see that. Anything but thinking about the things, right? Just drown it all in pain and alcohol. Ooh, the Jinx flashes. Rock bottom, indeed. Yeah. She's a mess. Holy shit. Disco Elysium moment. If you know, you know.
Looking good, sis.
Wait, is she actually there? Holy shit, I thought she was like a hallucination or something.
I don't want to hear another word out of your mouth. It's Vander. I'm not falling for another one of your tricks. He's alive.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's bullshit.
He is, though.
Our help. I can prove it.
I mean, what do you have to lose? I mean, we're not sure yet, but still. So she's okay-ish. So what does she actually share with her? Is she gonna just let her believe something else? And where did Vander go off to? Did he like leave with the dog? that floor with like the lighting. Holy shit.
Months of peacekeeping occupation. Countless operations. Oceans of sweat and tears. I'd begun to think we might finally see an end to Zorn's perverse abominations. How foolish was I? The beast came for you. It was summoned by you.
Ooh, how did they figure that out?
Experience. Only guilty men answer accusations with silence.
In my experience, no one in power is innocent.
There are cells buried deep within this prison so devoid of light and fresh air and all basic human considerations that up till now, I have forbidden their use. If you do not want to waste away the remainder of your days in one of these, you have one recourse.
I don't think that's gonna work with him.
Tell us everything we need to know to hunt down this beast.
Your youth betrays you. Patience is a product of age, both of which I possess in abundance.
This is your final chance. Tell me what you were planning. How was Jinx involved? You will rot in here.
This is how you don't get results, my friends. Oh, it's actually disgusting. Oh, what the hell is happening? Ooh, she's remembering. I mean, that is traumatic. But where did she get transported to? Like, did she just get down to Zaun, or is this like some place that is outside of Piltover? That is some horrid shit. And this is where she woke up.
Hope you find these quarters to your liking. They still haven't replied to my request for a transfer.
Who's there?
Ooh, another prisoner.
Not sure I know anymore. Our hosts have a way of scrambling your omelet.
They killed my friend. Alora was there. And then...
The stewards of the old world are always keen to give you a glimpse of their might.
Stewards of the old world.
What is this place?
Near as I can tell, an oculorum. According to legend, the ancients built specialized chambers to seal away false prophets. But if you ask me, they're just the fancy pits peacock princes like to toss their friends into.
Peacock princes?
Sorry, just an old family joke. You know, the kind of rulers with an artistic flair.
Step into the light.
Ooh, is that her brother, maybe? He's not dead. And maybe he remembers. Yeah.
I'd hoped they'd never come for you.
Or he just didn't recognize her because she's grown so much. Okay. But he does still have part of his memory. He just isn't sure of himself anymore. Ooh.
This is where I lost him.
Must be difficult to accept all of these new realities, the new circumstances.
Cool, huh? Not even toxic.
Ugh.
Well, pretty sure.
Why the hell would Vander be all the way down here?
Beats me. Ask him yourself.
When are you gonna admit that this is just another one of your fantasies? Or do you not want the kid to know how delusional you are?
She wasn't always like this. She actually used to be pretty cool. Before I kicked her butt.
Of course.
See what I mean? Delusional.
Wish I was just seeing things when you decided to throw him with the pilty goons who murdered Mom and Dad.
Well, at least they never had to see the psycho their daughter turned into.
Which one? Wake up, sis. I'm a hero. I busted half of Zahn out of Stillwater while you were passed out in the bottom of a mug. Now can it and keep walking before I kick your ass again.
You wouldn't last 1 second without all your ugly gadgets and chicken shit tricks.
Ha! What about those over-designed bitch mittens you didn't even build yourself?
Are we done with like the pissing contest?
You think I need these to...
There. 1 second.
Can we stop being children? Or maybe they need this. Maybe they need this.
Surrender. Go right ahead, fat hands. Hey, kid. Still got all your insides?
Had a lot confusing thoughts going through her head probably right now seeing this.
But don't ditch us.
Why'd you come get me? You don't actually need my help.
Felt you need to notice.
Last time Vander needed us, we tried it alone and
Okay.
nothing was ever the same. So maybe this is like a do-over. Besides, he's your father too.
Yeah. We got the rational reason, we got the emotional reason, right? I think it's really cool that she doesn't rationalize it with a lot of guilt, but can distance herself from the guilt at this point.
I've been expecting you.
Confident, aren't you?
It's always the same look when one covets a weapon.
I've fought battles from the Blood Cliffs to the Dalamore Plain. I've never seen a beast of such savagery.
No beast is more savage than man. I trust you have terms.
You will serve me. My enemies will be yours. Your weapons will be mine. In return, I will supply all your needs. You will be treated as an esteemed advisor, but I demand absolute loyalty.
Is he gonna take the bargain? And is he gonna betray her eventually?
Do not test this, or you will yearn for Caitlyn's dungeons. You already know what I want.
He isn't a monster. He was once a man. Well respected at that. Victim of great tragedy. He had a ferocious will to live. An incredible tolerance for pain. With him, I was able to make strides impossible with any other specimen. But the mind I could not recover. The man forever lost in the bowels of the beast. Compelled only by the scent of blood. Or so I thought. It now seems I had yet to uncover the right catalyst.
Blisters and bedrock.
Ooh, that is really cool how Silco used to look. And was that like a glimpse of their mother? I do wonder if
There was a funeral for you in Noxus.
Vander used to love
Did Mother
their
commission
mother.
a statue?
I held rights in Piltover. She believes you're dead.
I do like to disappoint her. How did you know to do that?
I don't know. I just felt... It's like some sort of puzzle. Kino, what happened to you? How did you wind up here?
She didn't tell you.
Not all of it, at least.
After a few rounds with some dubious noble folk in Basilic, I started hearing strange rumors about Mother. Different than the usual kind. They said, many years ago, she passed through their hometown and fell in love.
That's not our mother.
Indeed, but the more I inquired, the more I started believing it. The old travelogues, the local accounts. I should have left it alone, but the affair led to a child.
That's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
It's the reason we are here. Simply put, whatever that child inherited is of terrible interest to our captors.
But who is that child then? Like, is it her? It's not, right? They both, like, I mean...
This will allow you to locate your beast.
Not precisely.
My family archives have shed light on many of the city's mysteries.
Commander.
General. One such mystery caught my attention. The curious dismissal of a revered Academy alchemist. Unparalleled, by all accounts. And no mention of his crime.
His crime was looking into things that he shouldn't have looked into, I guess.
This led to one other missing puzzle piece whose absence has always gnawed at my mind.
And that
Who
is?
invented Shimmer?
Yeah. I mean...
We have our answer now, don't we? Dr. Revik. You're a monster. Why? Why do all this?
Why does anyone commit acts others deem unspeakable?
And now we see the image, right? Or no. Okay, a key. Ooh, beautiful. Also, okay, point your gun somewhere else. It's his daughter, right?
Perhaps in another life, you would have been friends. Everything I've done is to cure her. I believe the beast may hold the final key.
Precisely what are you trying to cure?
That would be interesting to know.
That affliction we all suffer. Death.
He wants to bring her back.
No longer need fear it.
He has preserved her in some way. Mel smart. But how does she know? Is it just visual calculus? Or is it...
Say this is some sort of sordid labyrinth. Usually there are consequences for someone who fails these tests. Deadly consequences.
I deserve to know the truth.
Of course.
Is he real?
Why she kept this from you, doesn't it? For all these years?
I'm missing something.
Is he real? I don't think he is.
Self-preservation, I'd say.
You aren't my brother.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit...
Who are you? What have you done with Kino?
Not scary at all. Yeah, she's still captured inside of whatever this is. We
had such high hopes for him.
At first, it seemed plausible that he could have been the child. But then your mother led us to you, sister.
Is she? And what's so special about her? Powers? Is this why they tested her? Is this why they tested her? Because there's some powers in the bloodline. Oh, hello, Vander. Are we gonna come face to face now? What is this old shack? Might be one of Vander's old hideouts. Silco. S and V.
What is it?
A message from Vander. To Silco.
Uncovering the past, yeah.
I've looked everywhere, but it's clear you don't want to be found. God, I'm shit at this. I'm sorry. When she died, I lost my head. I told myself what I did to you was for the greater good, that you deserved it. But the dirt was on both our hands. Anyway, you know where to find me. Blisters and Bedrock. V.
Blisters and Bedrock.
If he found this, everything might have been different.
Silco never seen it. Tragedies are built on misunderstandings. Oh, oftentimes. They can feel it. Yeah.
We have to get out of here.
It's him. It's Vander.
That's not Vander.
It is. Something's got him riled up. No. Vander, no. It's me.
He's gonna kill you.
Don't hurt him.
Is the same gonna happen? Is he gonna... Is he gonna recognize her, or is he not? Those are like... The animation is insane.
Vi, it's him. You have to believe me.
Just for a second. Just for a second. That transition, holy shit.
Can't a lady just be in the mood for a familiar song?
Alicia.
Not this lady, and not this song.
Bro, you can't tell me that the father doesn't exist and it's actually Vander or Silco. I mean, might be a crackpot theory right here, but this like where's the fucking father in the picture, right? You know what I mean? Let's just continue.
Tonight, a harebrained scheme these two bozos cooked up to turn a dank crack in the earth into a thriving, healthy community became a reality.
Tonight, eh? You hear that, Bozo 2? We made it. We're done.
Oh, you're sadly mistaken. I'm Bozo 1.
A night of revelations.
Or maybe... I don't know.
Knocked up. A girl.
How do you know?
Wasn't really part of my plan, but guess that's everything when you're living week to week.
What did Connell say?
Oh, okay. There is a father. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so they're all a big family.
I don't know anything about kids. I get sweaty being alone with one.
Hey, you're gonna be a great mother.
Shut up. I'm not ready for that. I started trying to come up with a name, and it hits me that this one word is a decision she's gonna live with her whole life. I can't protect her from all the shit down here and work out how to be a parent at the same time. Then I realized I don't have to.
Oh, what was that?
Because the second I told you, I put you on the hook. You two are gonna figure this Zon thing out. I don't care if you have to carve it out of the bedrock, covered it in blisters. You're not allowed to fail anymore.
The bedrock. Holy shit.
For me.
What's the point if we can't raise an ankle biter or two?
To Zon, then. Blisters and bedrock.
Blisters
and bedrock. I've always liked the name Violet.
A self-doubt. Ever made the right decision? Or did it all go wrong and she was killed? Right? Or he was killed? The anticipation.
What are you waiting for? He's your dad, too.
And the relief, right? Some part of her might have believed that she's just imagining it. Right, what do we get here? What do we get here? Chase? Maybe not. Victor? Who is that? What are we doing? Ooh. Wait. This dude looks like a counselor. Holy shit, it changed you as well, Chase. Bro was marooned on an island for 3 months. Alright. Yeah, what? What are you doing here, Salo?
One could ask the same question.
How are you walking?
Who do you think could mend such a broken creature? Would you want to speak with him?
Jace, I'd feared I wouldn't have the chance to speak with you again. Victor. I would prefer to converse in person. But there's so much work to be done.
Where are we?
I suppose this is somewhat beyond where we left off. Is Salo still in there?
Where else would I be? You have my solemn vow that anything you discuss will be kept in the strictest confidence. I owe Victor
His life.
everything.
Yeah.
Very kind, Salo. I have so many breakthroughs to share with you, Jace. I thought you were done with Hextech. And me. I was clouded by emotions. Come,
Where are you?
visit me. See what I've accomplished. I've helped so many. You've given Hextech to the people? As we always promised we would.
Victor has truly worked wonders.
Hextech isn't a miracle. It's a curse. We have to end it, Victor. We have to. You seem different.
It's in how you use it, isn't it?
Now I see it. You too have touched the Arcane. Your mind suffered.
If you'll excuse me, I must return to him.
What are you gonna do, Chase?
I can't let you leave. I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry too.
He doesn't seem afraid. Did he just actually kill him, or did he just disappear? No idea. Victor's healing people. Jace is on the literal other spectrum now. What the fuck is happening? There you go. Remember, people. Long reaction. Hydrate. Things have calmed down a little bit, haven't they? We have a little bit of a clearer idea. This is a very emotional episode here. All right. What's that? Spanish tax rebate and French tax rebate for international production. Canary Islands. All right. Not as much to talk about, I think, as last episode. As per usual, like the beginning, the first episode of like a 3-episode junk is most of the time the most substantial one when it comes to just raw amount of content and new ideas introduced. Gustav the Scowler Jowler, who is, I think, the guy who was with Silco way back when. Also nice to see our dude here taking a little bit care of Vi, although she's literally just, she's like, she is torturing herself. Or rather, I would almost say like she's drowning out all of the emotional pain and the other pain with physical pain and alcohol and just excess, right? Just like trying to overstimulate herself, getting into that vicious cycle of hurting yourself over and over. And it's like everything is just like they did a really good job of just showing how everything for her is a blur, right? Like one moment just merges into the other, time just jumps like she's having constant blackouts, and even when she, oh, look at that. That is a beautiful piece of like artistry where we do change the dimensions a little bit, and we are like a little bit wobbly with it from her like point of view, looking at the pilt over flags, and then remembering Caitlyn for a second, looking at the mirror, smashing it like Solid Snake or Venom Snake, having like that the strobe effect of like a dance floor, emotion smashing, letting it out on other people despite them not being responsible for anything, right? Aggression, pain. And now she's drinking as if like she's toasting as if she's drinking with somebody else, but there's nobody. And through the crowd, menacingly in the back, there's somebody like although I think that is actually Jinx being there, literally. Like in the beginning I was like, she's also seeing Jinx, but no. She's like, Jinx is just observing her self-destruction here. And maybe she noticed it here and there, like just a glimpse, and was like, I'm just imagining things, because she's like obviously seeing a lot of people in her stupor, in her like drug-induced and that here, right? Like that's almost like the memory of when they were lying on the bed. Yeah, she's waking up to Jinx. At first I was like, it's a hallucination. I think she was also kind of like, it's a hallucination. But she realized soon enough that it's not. Then it's like, what game are you playing with me, right? You're testing me again. You want to hurt me, and no. Very, very curious that when Vander actually shows up, the first person she goes to is her sister. And almost like his existence brings back that dynamic that wasn't there for the longest time. Dutch angles, blood on the floor. She looks like her entire haircut in these scenes, it looks like she's wearing a hood. I do feel like this is intentional, in the sense of like it has an ominous vibe, right? Like she's some kind of like empress. First we're threatening the dog, but I don't think like she doesn't realize that this is not the way to motivate people. For her, it's just like bashing her head against the wall over and over again, right? It's very curious how much Caitlyn feels like Vi, in the sense that Vi's #1 solution to everything, including pain and suffering and problems and whatnot, has always been punch, 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 or take the punches. And here it's like, gorgeous artwork, by the way. Here it's like Caitlyn's #1 solution to everything. It's like punch, 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 but not in the physical sense, right? It's like in the power sense, in the sense of like exercise power over somebody. It's always aggressive, it's always confrontational, it's always boom. And literally, like, the parallels are so here. Because both of them are falling back on that. Although for Caitlyn, it's not always been this way, right? Like, way back when Jace was still part of the academy and before he got expunged for his, like, experimentations, right? Before he became a councilman, before... When she was still a young, I think, like, 15, 16-year-old Kiraman. That wasn't her MO, right? It just became that with when her mother died, basically. That was her way of processing the trauma with, like, being abducted by Jinx, right? Being placed in this new aggressive environment, right? Experiencing tragedy firsthand and hatred as an emotion. All of these things. That is insane imagery, and it's also imagery that kind of reminds me a lot of how people sometimes, I do remember, I think in Supernatural, if somebody knows that series, shout out. Really cool series. In large parts, not in all parts, there's like a couple of seasons, I think like 6, 7, whatever, that were kind of meh. It's like, all in all, a really goated series. I think this is how they displayed hell, right? Like being tortured in hell. That's how they displayed that. And I do remember, like, I think there was like a horror movie that was like kind of with like weird guys that had all kinds of things sticking inside of their head and body and like wearing weird like latex suits and whatnot. Like a horror movie all about like a pain and different dimension and whatnot. I don't know how that's called. But it had something to do with hell, and I think that also kind of like was the imagery that they were going for. So there's definitely something like the spiked chains as like a very raw idea of pain, right? Like, because it feels very fleshy, as if it's like ripping at your flesh, like a festering wound or something, like creating festering wounds. I mean, obviously, rose thorns are a very, like a very prominent parallel to this kind of like spiked chain, and I do think maybe these spiked chains, in that sense, as they existed in like history, they even were inspired by rose thorns, right? Like a lot of design that exists in the human world and existed in the human world was inspired by nature. All right, we'll jump over that a little bit. Like Deep Dark Hole feels like Batman, I think the Dark Knight Rises, where Bane broke his back or something. No, where Bane broke Bruce Wayne's back, and we do have that like that pit. Like I only vaguely remember that, right? Like that weird prison he was in. He was climbing out of the pit. That's how it feels like. But obviously it's just, I guess it's like a I guess it's just like a cave. I was just thinking of like Play-Doh with the cave. kind of like that, but not really. Not really. Just a mind palace. I do understand why he's here as the brother, right? It's like a familiar face. Supposed to be like a source of security, where you're like, okay, I have a familiar face. Let us figure out how to get out of here, and that's how they test her, and maybe also how they get like some information out of her, get to know if there's some truth to their assumption that she might be that sad child. But yeah, I do wonder if like she has some kind of special supernatural power, and this is why they are testing her here, right? Testing her intuition in terms of like solving the puzzle, and testing if that power, that potential is within her. But the question is, what do they want with her? Do they just want to claim her allegiance, or is there some other like, do they want to destroy her because she's like out of the norm? Is there like there must be something that like some goal they follow with that, and not just, hey, we found you, or hey, we want to punish Ambessa. Very interesting how Vi gets like, she drowned herself out all of this time. I really love her haircut, by the way, and I also love the color where it's like black and you have the very red streaks. It's not pink, it's red at this point. But yeah, we do have like, clearly do have a very interesting symbolism here, right? With the doves, which are supposed to represent peace, the clouds that are going up, which I guess is like almost a freedom call for Son, as in, we like, you got rid of all of this gas for us, but also like the colors obviously symbolizing like a free spirit and artistic expression in some way. And then we do have like Jinx being the symbol for hope, and behind that being Vander, who was kind of the last person who was existing in a similar sphere of that. So I guess has to be very conflicting, right? Look at in her eyes, right? This is very conflicting for her to see, as somebody who's kind of like reconceptualized Jinx as the enemy, right? As having betrayed Vander, as being on Silco's side, and all of these things, and now she's being hailed as the symbol of peace, as this hero. Conflicting in the way that, on the one hand, this feels like, for her, maybe like a betrayal, right? Like people see her as who she is not. Like Jinx maybe even pretending to be that hero for other people, which kind of makes her feel sick and betrayed. But also that she, Vi, has been trying to do the right thing for so very long, and always kind of failed with that, and never been that symbol for people. Despite maybe trying her best. And then also like feeling that Jinx being with Silco was kind of a betrayal of Vander, and then we have Vander being behind her in the mural, and you do feel like she feels like almost that is a betrayal of Vander, for him to be associated with Jinx in these paintings. And Jinx is gay, like Jinx looks like what, right? Just like when Sevika was looking at her with the arm, with the weird like gambling stuff and whatnot, and then Jinx like, right? Or the music was playing, and she's like, but yeah, this starts with distrust, but I think it's very interesting to see, first of all, ugh, Jinx. Stop eating potentially toxic shit. But also her continuously seeing the interaction between Isha and Jinx as kind of, on the one hand, reminding her of the interactions she used to have with Jinx, of the sisterly interactions, but also kind of like maybe feeling a little bit wrong for her, because it's like, well, now you have like you being the big sister. This is like so weird, so I'm not used to that. Like what, now you pretend to be responsible, now you pretend to be not crazy, now you pretend to be this right, this role model, right? What happened to you, right? Where you're like, how can you be so fake, right? How can you pretend you're not absolutely batshit insane and crazy and did all these awful things? I think a lot of these things. And like, even when Jinx is being unusually smug and is like, well, it's not like you did a lot and whatever, and I'm a hero, and you were like you were just like fucking drowning yourself in the gutter. And like challenging her kind of, and she's like, and then Vi is going back with her like, well, you wouldn't be able to stand a chance against me without all of these stupid gadgets and whatnot. It's kind of like almost they're measuring each other, right? Like who would be better, who would win a fight or whatnot. But then she's like, well, without all of the things that you're good at and that you can like do that I can't do, I would be better than you. That's almost like saying, yeah, I don't know, like almost as if like an athlete and an academic are like competing for something, and then like the athlete is like, well, without all of your academic stuff and like your knowledge and whatnot, you wouldn't be as good as I am. Or like the academic would be like, well, without all of your athleticism and power and physical prowess and whatnot, you wouldn't be as good as I am. Like that's kind of like taking somebody's strengths away and then being like, yeah, well, without your strengths, you would be weaker than me. Yeah, well, obviously. Right? But yeah, this is like very childish squabbling. But the reason why I didn't feel that, I did not feel that problematic. Also, holy fucking shit, she's pulling her by the hair. But yeah, the reason why it didn't feel that problematic to me is that the punches weren't really super hard. It was more of like a, right? You know what I mean? Like it was more like a squabble, basically, like a sibling squabble happening. That like, it's almost like they've been dragged back into the past, and she's Powder and she's young Vi, and then we like squabble with one another. Obviously, Isha's coming in, and the squabble could escalate into a serious fight at some point in time, Isha is actually biting Vi, and Vi just throws her away, and that gives both of them pause. Right? It's not like one of them is shocked. Both of them are shocked that they accidentally hit her. And obviously Jinx is shoving her away, but even Vi is like, oh, sorry about that shit. But I think it's very cool and very interesting how Jinx deals with Isha. Because I've seen like a lot of parents and also just siblings and whatnot. Something happens to the little one, right? To the little sibling or the child or whatever, and they hurt themselves. Like, oh my god, are you okay? Are you okay? Right? Like very, very panicky. And I do feel like what the child learns in that situation is, oh god, something's going wrong. Right? Something's wrong. Right? I'm in danger. All of these things. But Jinx doesn't do that. Jinx is gonna go down. She's like wiping away the blood, and then she's like, "You still alright?" It's like, "How you doing?" Right? Talk to me, or well, not talk, but in this case. And you do see she's like just shrugging, right? Still got all your insides, right? Like in typical Jinx fashion. It's like, I'm checking if you're alright. I'm a little bit worried, but I'm sure it's fine. And that's kind of giving the kid the security of, no, I don't have to panic or think something is not okay, even though I clearly do feel a little bit of pain right now. I do feel like a lot of times when parents or siblings panic when a little child hurts themselves, you kind of amplify that by a couple of times, right? By 2, 3, 4 times, right? So it wouldn't be as bad. They wouldn't cry as much. They wouldn't be as in panic and insecure if you just took them took them up and looked at them, be like, still alright? Where does it hurt? Come on, show me. Right? Like, calm. Because as a kid, you do need that feedback. That feedback of, don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. We're gonna quickly check if you're doing fine. And then we can just continue, right? It's alright. And she's like, alright, a lot of conflicting thoughts going on in there, right? Like Jinx acting the big sister now. Why? You don't need my help. And she's like I said, it's cool. It's really cool that Jinx doesn't blame herself. I mean, I'm sure she blames herself to a degree. Cool that the first thing she's doing is not blaming herself. And there's other thoughts besides blaming herself. Where she can be like, last time we tried to save Vander, you tried to do your thing on your own. And I came after and tried to do my thing on my own. And everything went to shit. But then she's not even saying it in a way as to blame Vi. Or as, like, she's not saying it in a way that Vi could pick it up as Jinx blaming Vi. Rather, she's giving her that olive branch of saying, well, last time we went our separate ways. Not even saying you abandoned me or you went without me, but more like we went our separate ways as if it was a mutual decision. I mean, like, we tried on our own and it didn't work. This time we can try together and maybe it works. And obviously then there's the second reason, which is, well, he's also your father. We do have that bargain between Ambessa and the dog where I think that the dog is kind of trying to use her as a means to an end, right? He's like, I mean, we see that later when he's like with his daughter, where he's like, everything I do is to revive her. The mind I could not recover, the man forever lost in the bowels of the beast. What a piece of lyrical genius. And that is insane too, right? I guess that was the time when Vander lost control. Look at that. Yeah. And him being drowned. Blood rage. And this is like that one. I do wonder if either Vander or Silco or both of them were in love with her. Because it very much feels that way. Or at the very least, they spend enough time together growing up to feel like literal siblings. Or maybe they even, maybe even one of them was a sibling to her. Like, we don't know, right? But it's more than possible that one of them was an actual uncle to Jinx and Vi. Blisters and bedrocks. And even then, Silco was still hurt with his eye and whatnot. Like that strike going through, ripping Silco apart, basically. It's also insane. But we talked about that, testing here. And we go back to highly suspicious, highly untrusting, highly aggressive, highly judgmental Caitlyn. Right? Point the gun, would like to shoot immediately, very on edge. Right? I mean, obviously, look at Ambessa. It's completely different. Ambessa is like, I step into this room with authority and ready to defend myself if I have to, but I am not as insecure, as extremely emotional as Caitlyn here. Alright, and we do see everybody has their reasons. Again, shocked and surprised at something she should not necessarily be shocked and surprised at. Curing death. Trying with empathy. Only releasing some of only receiving some of it. Like, it certainly reaches Caitlyn. But the question is, will it stick with her? Right? Will she take something from that? That's some crazy imagery, of course. And I do think this is like her powers awakening, right? Her being tested and tried. Love that shot. We're like through the grates, we have some blood, right? With detail and bent metal, which is kind of like symbolizing, right? With the claws and whatnot. And we do see Isha behind that. On the one, like slightly out of focus. On the one hand, kind of like reminding us a little bit of like giving us the sense of like fear for her life maybe, but also like giving us the sense we are exploring dangerous territory here with a beast that is on the loose. But we step into this room and it almost looks like that little shack that Vi and Jinx used, or Vi and Powder used way back in the day that like Vi and Caitlyn found shelter in before Silco found them, right? That little water tower thing. And it's like, you do see like the gauntlets, and immediately it's like, oh shit, that's Vander, right? That's Vander's shit. And you see the V at the back of like the code with like a big code which is like Vander, and you see a smaller code with an S in there, which is Silco. She's smelling at it, right? And I don't know if it would smell like Silco after all this time, but yeah, I don't know. And that glass is literally Silco, so much of Silco style. But yeah, Vander leaving that. But yeah, it's I think that this is the glasses they used when they like were toasting to blisters and bedrock. But yeah, I looked everywhere. It's like, I'm sorry, we're both in this. Right, this perfect blend over between Jinx and Vi, and both of them being contemplative, both of them having their backs turned to one another, and both of them hearing these words, or rather, Jinx is also reading the words, and they hear them, and it's like, it's almost reflecting exactly the situation they are in, right? The words they should be saying. And by doing that, it kind of almost feels like they don't need to say that to one another, because they recognize that the parallels. They recognize that, yeah, both of us have done shit. Both of us have done terrible shit to one another and to other people. Both of us have made mistakes. But maybe it is time to actually, right, to actually acknowledge that the dirt was on both our hands, and that we should be making up. Especially after holy shit, that I didn't even peek that at first, when Vi's holding out her hand, almost wanting to put it on Jinx's shoulders. Everything might have been different if Silco actually found out. Obviously, Vi is pulling back because she feels, first of all, probably a little bit insecure about, am I falling for this again, right? Am I gonna get hurt again if I open up emotionally to her again? But also, maybe she doesn't feel like she deserves to be the one to comfort Jinx, and to be the one to be forgiven by Jinx. But it is an attempt. It is as close as they can get to making up to. Yeah. And once again, Isha kind of grounding Jinx, right? Being the very, very important component in this mixture that enables both Jinx and Vi to exist in the same room and even try to open up to one another. You have the confrontation. Something's coming, something's got it riled up, and Vi's instinct takes over, and she's trying to protect Jinx / Powder, probably in her mind partially still, right? protecting, right? Protection mode. She's putting her own life between the monster and Jinx in this case. And she's in fight mode, not flight mode. Jinx putting herself in front of Isha again, right? As a barrier. So Vi is doing it for Jinx. Jinx is doing it for Isha. Right? And this is snapping Vander slightly out because he already saw Jinx. He associated Jinx with powder. Right? And he's slightly coming back to his senses, but not entirely. Vi punching, Vi being still aggressive. But this is like the moment. She's like, please, you have to believe me. If you just believe for one tiny amount of a second that this could actually be Vander, that I could actually not have any nefarious means behind that, I'm just saying this, right? After the things we've just read, after what we've just done. Take one moment. What else do you have to lose at this point? And that is resolve, right? I guess we need a leap of faith. And she's calling out to Vander. She's looking a lot more like her old self here, right? Look at that. We're going from like an older to a somewhat younger looking version. And suddenly a beautiful, marvelous transition into a blast from the past. Right, and she's looking kind of almost exactly like Jinx. Which is insane. Right? I do wonder if Vi actually looks more like her father. Could be, right? I think it's very interesting how she's dancing. But I mean, I guess like kind of just gives us the vibes that she's more of a free spirit, right? Like it feels that way. And you do see how like naturally Silco and Vander do almost not acknowledge her, but also acknowledge her with that. It sounds weird, I know that, but like it's like she is a part of the equation. Like she's always been there, and she will always be there, right? And if she's not there, then something is wrong, right? It's like it's always been the three of us kind of deal, right? Tonight a harebrained scheme these two bozos cooked up to turn a dank crack in the earth into a thriving, healthy community, right? The lanes, the foundation of the lanes, kind of. Zaun, originally Zaun, right? They didn't found Zaun, obviously. Bozo 2, Bozo 1, Banter, Felicia, okay. And she's not drinking, and she's like, I'm knocked up, okay. A girl, how do you know? Wasn't really part of my plan. But I guess that's everything when you're living week to week. And the two of them are not like disappointed, so obviously there is this is when I was like, maybe they're into her, to oh no, this is like a family thing. I mean, obviously it's possible that one of them or both of them were still into her. Or used to be into her. That could be also the case. When it's like they used to be into her, they were like almost like siblings, but there was more than that. But then she found somebody and they were happy for her, and that's that, right? She's like, I mean, all of these can be possible, right? Either she's like a sister to them, or maybe both. That's also possible, right? Like the lines of that are blurry. But they care a lot about her. She is kind of their world, right? She's kind of like an irreplaceable part of the dynamic of the puzzle. And the father was called Connell. I do wonder if we're ever gonna see Connell, or if that will be left. That will be left to our imagination, how he looks and who he is. There's a lot of love going on there. Name, a decision she has to live with her whole life, and the irony of Jinx choosing her own name later on. Right. And putting the ball back in their court. It's like, now the ball is in your court. I do love how she's talking to them, and then the big strand of her hair is falling in front of her eyes. It feels so, like, this is like a tiny detail that in the grand scheme of things almost doesn't matter, but it does matter. You two are gonna figure out this song thing. Don't care if you have to carve it out of the bedrock covered in blisters. And that's why it's bedrock and blisters. You're not allowed to fail anymore. And to think how much these two poor brothers, more or less brothers, I don't know if they're actual brothers, they could very well be, right? But these two brothers, how much they suffered over this. How much they took this to heart, this moment where it's like, we gotta figure out this song thing. But we always had this motivation, this moment. But now it's even more than that, right? And now you understand even more why when the revolution happened and they tried to make something happen, right? They tried to make this song thing. And Felicia and Connell died. Vander broke, right? His spirit broke, right? And you do have like this response of like two individuals that shared the same dream, that were kind of in the same boat, that lived the same life in a way. But two different, distinct, unique personalities, and one of them reacts with resignation, with that feeling of like security, covering up and trying to protect what's left for him, right? Like trying to protect the only thing left of that world that he used to know, of that like happy little family he used to have, which is at this point Powder and Vi. And the other one who doubled down and was like, now it needs to happen even more. And this is what they parted over, this is what they disagreed over, this is what they fought over, and what Vander more or less betrayed Silco over. And through the fact that the letter unfortunately never reached Silco, they could never reconciliate, they could never talk it out and apologize to one another, or he, at least Vander, could never apologize to Silco. And the next time he saw Silco was already doing a lot of bad for the lanes, was already gone down the deep end, being scum basically at this point in Vander's eyes. Killing people left and right, right, stepping over any dead body, right? Being hell-bent on this. So he couldn't, at that point, we couldn't reconciliate anymore, because at that point, Silco was already coming at Vander with full force and aggression and betrayal. And the wound has festered too long. But now I think back on like the season 1 ending and the song, right? The Woodkid song at the end of the season. What could have been if things were just a little bit different? Sad. Sad, sad. You do have to hug. And like I said, look at that facial expression, right? It's not just that both of them are fine. It's not just that Vi basically said, look, we'd both done shit, but it's time to be a family again, right? No, we literally have arrived at that point. And up until a couple of seconds ago, I think definitely that Jinx was still worried that parts of these things that are happening were still in her head. And she was imagining them, right? Like, that was part of her insecurity. Obviously, also, could Violet be dead? Could Vander be dead? Right? Could one of the two have killed the other? But also the worry about maybe I was wrong and I was like seeing things again. But that acknowledgement of Vi being like, he's your father too, kind of breaks that dam and reassures her that what she's seeing isn't just what she wants to believe, isn't just some kind of hallucination. It was actually the way she thought it was. She was not going crazy. Like, these things can be an immense factor of stress on somebody who is dealing with actual visual, vivid hallucinations, right? Be that on an auditory level or be that on a visual level. And the relief she must have felt in that moment is incredible. I do wonder what we're doing at this point in time, what we can do for him. Because obviously there's still humanity in him. Not sure what I want to think of that. I mean, it's too early to say so, right? Jace has just been back. First of all, he looks amazing. Despite being like absolutely ragged, like having like his Robinson Crusoe haircut / beard style, but he looks absolutely ragged, but he looks amazing still, really like an absolute badass. And we have Sallow and Victor trying to do the thing that Jace and Victor always wanted to do, right? With Hextech, with the Hex Core, that they always dreamed they could be doing. Healing people, mending their wounds, fixing them. The question here is like, his rejection obviously comes from distrust, right? From shit, what have we done? This is way over our head. But I do kind of almost trust Victor more here, because Victor has actually been in so deep that at this point he could bring some form of like salvation and healing to people. Question is he kind of just like an entity that is taken over by the Hex Core, right? Is the Hex Core manipulating Victor to nefarious means? Or is Victor now in some kind of actual enlightened state where he does know more than we do and it can actually do something about the world state, right? Potentially maybe sacrificing himself in the end. You know how it is with these like these savior Jesus figures. Obviously it's always kind of often kind of like a theme that plays on the Jesus myth of like sacrificing yourself for the greater good of humanity, right? But the question, like, obviously it's 100% understandable that that Jace does not trust Sallow / Victor with the Hextech, because at this point he feels like this is all too much for us and we can't know what the consequences of what we're doing are. He's basically at the point where Victor was 4 episodes ago, roughly, or 5 episodes ago. But him making the decision to actually flatten Sallow is, aggressive. I can only hope that if Victor is in the right here, that Victor shows cold and unemotional, rational understanding of Jace's position. And if Victor is in the wrong, obviously this is a good first step to maybe stop him. Unless Sallow actually just disappeared. Because we did see, like, he was like Chase was striking down Sallow, but we didn't see exactly if this ended in Sallow being killed, or because, like, he is so self-assured. He's turning his back towards him. He doesn't care. There's no like moment of surprise or hesitation or pain. He's just going down, and suddenly he explodes into this hex-core-ish mess. So it feels like almost the hex core just took him back in and transported him somewhere else. Or maybe he's part of the grander thing and he can rebuild somewhere else, right? Because he's part of the hex core. If that's good or a bad thing, we don't know. But this is how it feels to me. All right. I don't know if I want to. Maybe I'll eat a little bit something because I feel a little bit famished. And then we're gonna go into episode 6. We're gonna finish that one up. I don't know how long we're gonna talk. Probably about as long as we talked for this one as well. It's funny, we most of the time we're coming out with a very similar time frame to all the other episodes we've been doing. I do hope that at the point in time that you who are on YouTube are seeing this, I have cleared all like the copyright stuff, hopefully, and I didn't have to like re-render it in some shape or form. And at the point in time when you on Patreon see this, probably a good 3 weeks or 4 weeks before we even seeing this on YouTube, unfortunately, but that's just how it is. It's just how it be, and I do hope that you don't mind and you rather have mostly unmuted and like relatively uninterrupted and very enjoyable experience than having this sooner. And I mean, I guess if you want to have it sooner, you can always go to Patreon and actually get it, right? There's that as well. But yeah, I'll see you in episode 6. Hey, welcome back. Consider my haircut is a little bit like hair standing on all end. The last episode kind of ruffled my feathers. Consider my feathers ruffled. But more on an emotional level than on like a surprise level or anything. I do have my here we go. Just coming a little bit closer so it's in focus. Noodles with pesto. Typical student meal. Student dinner. Probably gonna become rather cold as I watch the next episode. Couple of last sips of my coffee and all that comes with it. But I am somewhat nourished, so we should be getting our asses back into Arcane over here. Let's see, if I breathe a little bit loudly, it's probably because I put quite a lot of chili into my noodles, so apologies about that, but I'll try to keep it relatively down. The downside is that I'm now salivating a bit due to the hotness, but it should be all right. We're not on hot ones over here, so we're gonna start the episode in 3, 2, 1, boom. Let's see what this last episode of the bunch has in store. After getting to know Felicia, And learning all kinds of stuff. Ooh, are we back with Victor? Or is this what Jace saw as he was whisked away? Or maybe we're gonna see Heimerdinger and Echo. I said it before, but Chase and Violet are very, very similar in many ways.
I see it now.
Okay, Victor.
I can't let you leave.
Sorry you feel that way.
I'm sorry too.
Oh, this is almost similar to like the imagery of the Black Rose. Holy shit, Victor. White hair? Hello?
Poor Sallow.
That isn't Jace. There is another will at work within him.
I thought I heard something just before the portal closed. Ancient, like a
voice. This is a sophisticated conjuration. A singularity simultaneously self-replicating and self-annihilating.
We've never seen complexity like this.
Flawless. Exquisite. Chaos.
That chaos is chaos. Can you control?
Noxus prizes strength above all else, defining it by 3 core principles. Vision, the top of the triangle. Charting a course and having the wisdom to navigate it. This form is your base, child. Your eyes see what others don't. Might, bending your environment to your will.
She's really retraining her.
But eventually, you need force.
Too much force exposes you to risk.
Indeed. The last is guile. Phantoms, tricksters, mages, absent honor. Absent accountability.
Absent accountability. Oh, if that's such a great thing.
Caitlyn. Tunnels in your eyes, lava in your veins, shadows in your heart. This is the truth of combat. I've discovered a 4th principle. One that heightens all others.
If you say so.
Sacrifice. The temper born of suffering. We understand it as others cannot. We are kin.
Survivorship bias much?
Pardon the
We talked about that.
I've tracked him to Zone.
Let's hunt a beast.
But he is, yeah, he's conscious. And this has become kind of a mecca for these people.
Vi, I hoped you might return.
You filthy traitor.
Yes, that was me at my worst. Simply awful. But the Herald has freed me of my past self. He's given me a chance to make amends. All are welcome. But I must ask you to surrender your weapons. This is a place of peace.
Yeah, at least take care of it, okay? Such a short amount of time. Kind of reminds you of a different version of Echo's little enclave. Enclave. However you want to pronounce it.
Come. He's expecting you.
Quite something to remain calm in the face of that. Do wonder how this is gonna end. They did an amazing job on like the design. Also love the Japanese garden style thing. It's literally Jesus. Holy shit, it's literally Jesus.
We hear you can heal people.
Not as easy, is it?
Victor, you once told me all systems have limits.
He is worth the risk.
To be continued, I guess.
Vander's psyche is deeply entangled with that of the beast.
How did you know his name?
He told me.
Ask for a miracle healer. Get a metal fortune cookie.
I saw your father. His dream of your family and vision of Zon as it could have been, it was beautiful.
A cookie.
Can you help him?
I will do all in my power. However, I have one condition.
Looks like you got a couple.
You have much to offer this commune, Powder. Your talents can be used to build instead of destroy.
I'll stick with what I know. Thanks.
My condition is that he must be restrained at night. I've seen the harm of which he is capable.
What do you think?
You actually want my opinion?
This is fantastic. I mean, it's up to both of you.
Fortune cookies.
We're gonna get you out of there, Vander.
I love the shapes they use for like the core stuff. Shit, this artwork is insane. It's beautiful. My question is, what is the beast, right? Like... It's like a puzzle. A tour of exploration. But it's gonna... Memories. This is beautiful. The simplistic watercolors. And that's that. What I'm asking myself is, as Victor, how do you not lose yourself in this? In the story of any single individual.
Do you remember them?
Barely.
I remember Mom's smell the most.
Axel Grace. This place. Do you think it could actually work?
Underground utopia run by a skinny tin machine herald. Maybe when Piltover slides into the sump.
What if we stayed? Help them out?
We?
Trouble is always brewing, I guess.
No weapons. I'm afraid the Herald insists.
Does she want him to kill him?
If I may, I believe this herald may be a former pupil of mine, a man of science. Let me speak with him.
All right.
Ready our forces for tonight. I should like to meet this herald.
It is certainly very hard on Victor. I don't know if he can afford to be interrupted at the moment.
You felt it, haven't you? Your decline. Your power is finite, diminished by every use.
I've been expecting you, Doctor.
Victor. Incredible. What I wouldn't give to glimpse the world through your eyes. To know what you know. His quest led him astray of any trodden path. His own shadow dissolved to darkness. Now the only course was forward. The only warmth, a dream of her walk.
paradox. The more one understands, the more one realizes the vastness of his ignorance.
Marvelous specimen, isn't he? The regenerative qualities of his blood will stabilize you. Apex Shimmer combined with you, the apex form of Hextech.
What you're suggesting would destroy him.
This is a road he doesn't want to go.
Conquest? The greed of warmongers?
To complete your work. To save us from ourselves. You must survive, Victor.
Do you believe in fate, Doctor? Our paths carved before us, guided by an invisible hand.
Not fate. Evolution. Nature's greatest force, forever in flux.
No. Evolution has a destination. Not to combat nature, but to supersede it. The final, glorious evolution. But he isn't a specimen. He's a man. And he needs my help. I will not sacrifice his humanity for your cause. You may leave.
Very well. But I assume you understand already. If you perish, this community is soon to follow.
That was a threat. Even if it didn't sound like one. I don't know if they're following. Oof.
On the job, I see.
You can't be here.
Here like where I landed when this rich, unhinged mongoose just tackled me?
Mongoose? Your hair. You look like an angry oil slick.
Don't sugarcoat it, Cupcake. Who's out there?
She doesn't know.
Some sort of new chem weapon down here. A bloodthirsty, murderous beast. What are you doing here?
Trying to save my dad.
Victor believes he can save the man inside the beast. If he succeeds, I'm afraid the creature's usefulness will be lost to us.
Then we'll have to force his hands.
I believe I can craft a serum that will prohibit Victor's success.
Yes?
It's Vi.
What game are we playing here? And oh no, Jason's here too. He's like, I gotta destroy all of this. Because he's like being influenced, I guess. I don't believe this. I don't believe this.
Well done, Caitlyn.
I think they've figured something out between each other. I mean, I hope. Maybe I'm just putting too much trust in Caitlyn. I think this this is all some Class A acting. I could be way off bias, but you know.
It's time.
Where's Jinx, by the way? Yeah, we're trying to stir the beast again. Forcing Victor's hand.
Slippery as an eel.
That's kind of wasteful, Jinx.
I knew you could get it. Had some time to think lately. Ever since you dropped into my life, it's like I put on glasses. Except I can't tell whether everything's blurry or clear.
Don't read a poet.
Want to hear a dumb joke? A sentimental ex-con, a giant furball, and two of Piltover's most wanted walk into a weird cult.
Ooh.
And here comes the punchline.
Did you see that? Ooh.
Vi, you've been quite a curiosity. The one who captured Caitlyn's heart. I owe you thanks. Your absence provided a vacuum I was able to fill. In other circumstances, I might have offered you a position in my organization. Your resilience is undeniable.
I think she's gonna...
Of course, that won't be possible. You cause too many complications. Caitlyn must not be distracted.
Okay.
Don't worry. She's not distracted. You know, my father taught me about trust. He told me if I wanted it, there were only 3 things I needed to do. Be honest, even if it means telling a self-righteous windbag that her breath smells like a cesspool. Be patient. Still haven't quite cracked that one, but being tied up sure helps.
And the third?
Just shut the fuck up.
Alright, here we go.
The fissures are blocked by guard towers. Patrols circle the commune at even intervals. A personal guard are posted here, here, and here. They aren't expecting trouble at home. With flawless timing, and luck, and
a big distraction.
whatever you do, don't underestimate Ambessa.
You can't.
Vander's in trouble. I have a plan. You're not gonna like it.
Alright. Alright. Well played so far. I'm sure it's not gonna go without a hitch, but...
I hope I was worth your time.
Chase is kind of the wrench. Chase is kind of the loose cannon. Question is, where's Victor? And is he gonna be able to avoid or prevent Chase from... Bro, are you gonna kill another kid? Yeah, thought so. Come on, dude. The hammer looks badass, by the way. Maybe Chase can actually help. Oh shit. There's some Ghost in the Shell stuff.
Vi sent me. I'm going to get you out of here.
Who the... Wait. Yeah, of course. Jinx. Yep. Of course. Of course. Ooh. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Ooh. Yep.
Don't touch my daughter.
Yep. I mean, not a lot of chances on that. I was like, is it gonna be Caitlyn or who's gonna chime in? But yeah, of course. Okay, Chase. What are we doing?
I won't fail. I swear it.
There's some infighting going on. Did we just end the dream? I don't think we're gonna see the final result of this. Or maybe we are. Holy shit. Are they all gonna revert, or what's gonna happen? This ain't good. Holy shit, what is this? I guess this is the end for you, my dude.
I understand now. The message hidden within the pattern. The reason for our failures in the commune. The doctor was right. It's inescapable. Humanity. Our very essence. Our emotions. Rage. Compassion. Hate. Two sides of the same coin. Inextricably bound.
What are we doing? What are we doing here? Oh, this is beautiful. I have no idea what she's doing, by the way. I hope she's not dying. Holy shit.
That which inspires us to our greatest good is also the cause of our greatest evil.
Is it? Is it? Holy shit. It's not where it comes from, right? It's what we do with it. But what do we do with it? Right? You can't stop being human just because you want to. Yeah, just stop feeling stuff tomorrow. Impossible. Even if you wanted to, even if you decided to today. Very interesting. I do wonder if what we heard just now is Victor's final realization, or if Victor still exists somewhere out there within like the fabric of the hex core, and this is his monologue while he is observing what's happening after his body died, basically. I don't know. I really don't. But I guess we're about to find out next time. Alright, let's run it back. All the way back. Let's see what we can gather. See what we can get. Interesting. Yeah, Victor saw this coming. I mean, look at that. Look. The globe shattered. Victor, Jace in anger. Victor saw this in the beginning of the episode. There's another will at work within him. This is not Jace. This is like a voice. This is a sophisticated conjuration. I mean, Jace himself is not the conjuration. The conjuration is whatever. I mean, I don't remember quite what a conjuration is. You conjure something, you create something. Singularity simultaneously self-replicating and self-annihilating. Never seen complexity like this. Flawless, exquisite. So he's discovering what the hex core specifically is, right? Beautiful start here with the atmosphere we do have, like Piltover being very faintly in the background and this thick fog that is permeating everything, but we're not seeing gray, we're seeing everything bathed in bluish light, probably the moonlight, but also like obviously the atmosphere we want to create here. Pillars of strength, right? Right. Core principles, vision to right? To see what others can't and to see it through with wisdom. Then we have strength, and we have the last pillar, right? Or force, right? Too much force exposes you to risk, but obviously you need the force to push through your vision. And then we arrive at guile, absence of honor, right? Shady methods, basically. Maybe also unscrupulousness, right? Tunnels in your eyes, shadows in your heart. And she's like, sacrifice is for her a pillar of strength, and we're going back to survivorship bias, right? In a way. Maybe not exactly, but is in a way that like that belief that what I went through, the things I sacrificed, the things that were taken from me, they made me a stronger person in the long run, and therefore I needed the sacrifice to actually get there. And I need to sacrifice in the future as well in order to get somewhere else. That is obviously a way to cope with your trauma, to cope with your loss and suffering. To see that as something that is a necessary sacrifice to get you where you need to get in order to achieve your goals or fulfill your destiny or whatever you want to do. Kate learning interesting lessons, taking them in, but also not being a puppet. It's very interesting, but because like in teaching somebody stuff like this, obviously you do risk that you turn them into somewhat of a very strong, independent personality that can then decide that while you do have a lot of good answers and good teachings, that you don't have all the answers. And their own answers are the ones that will determine their course, right? The art style is, as always, very, very beautiful. Where the bridges go, right? We have the lanes in the background, the Undercity and all of that. And we are strutting through that. All the people that come to this holy site, and the question that you have to ask yourself, and that's why I wasn't like, holy shit, Jace, you bastard, what are you doing? I was like, in the long run, is this gonna be a good thing, right? In the long run, are we gonna be like, oh no, Jace, what you're doing, you destroyed everything, but then it's like, no, it was actually also just par for the course. It was something that needed to happen in order for something else to happen. Now, obviously, we do have the sacrifice idea, but I don't think, I wouldn't consider this sacrifice. I would consider this with like a twist of fate that might lead to something that that Victor has foreseen, where he's like, I saw my own death. I saw it was inevitable. I saw it would lead there. And now the question is, where do we get from here, right? Do I want to prevent what is not preventable, or do I want to see this thing to its logical conclusion? That was me at my worst. Simply awful, yeah, right? But he has found a new lease, of course, right? He's found a cult, a religion. Later on they were like, oh, hey, we found a cult. Surrendering weapons. But at this point, like, Vander is more important than surrendering the weapons. And it's beautiful. Right? Like, this is like almost like hut-like nomad-seeming village built around a holy site, basically, in a sense. And everything is like, the patterns are like the hex core. And the hex core itself, obviously, also seems a lot like, it's a very vivid pattern, a very like it evokes visions of living cells, right? And you do have like a very, very down to the roots nomad / monk cult society feeling from that. Everyone's going like nobody's got shoes, barefoot and all. People, like, the leaders are calm, they accept and understand, and we do have that, like, it's really cool because this is like the ground is in the shape of the hex core, but it's also very reminiscent of all the Japanese Zen gardens that you see in various like media, but also in Japanese culture in general, right? Like these gardens where you have like a lot of white sand and you have like lines, round circular lines drawn within it. Last time I saw that was Monogatari, and the time I saw that before that was the TV series Shogun. They seem so out of place in this. And he is like literally Arcane Jesus. But yeah, this looks like some art out of a video game that you would play, like a World of Warcraft or something, where it's like big gates, monumental sites, right, that look otherworldly to a degree. You have a lot of like human elements. The stuff on the side, on the left side, kind of reminds you a little bit of like dream catchers, and you do have stuff that almost seems like it would be made out of glass. Then a lot of other stuff seems very metal, and then you have stuff that seems very fabric-like, and you have those I think it's tulips. Not sure what they represent, but they must have some kind of meaning in that. I guess it looks a lot like those flowers are yet to bud. They they're yet to bloom. You do have the flower buds, but they haven't opened up. So we're not at the conclusion we want to be at. This is really cool. He's like touching him, and suddenly he's in that like vivid void space with him. And he understands a little bit of his nature, but understands that it's gonna take a lot for him to actually, I guess, separate him from the beast, whatever the beast is. I'm still not sure what the beast exactly is, right? Is the beast just the nature of Shimmer, or is there more to it? Is there something that like, is there another, like an actual individual, a living thing that he merged the Vander with? So much detail in every scene. And I do love how no matter where you go in Arcane, the metal is not just metal, but the metal has so many different colors, as if painted, right? As if somebody went through the entire world of Arcane and just threw a lot of paint on everything. This is like something that, in my opinion, almost lifts it up, right? Obviously, we do have the stark contrast to the prison and to like the upper part of Piltover that seems a lot just very monocolored, very white, beige, gray, very like, I mean, there's places which look cool, like the big Hextech tower, like the Hex Gates, which is like almost like a scientific observatory. That's how it looks. But those are like the exceptions, right? And everything else looks very, I guess, classical architecture like. And everything down here seems a lot more chaotic. But you do see that, especially this village here, this hut, and everything that's connected to it, even the normal like metal gears and whatnot, they all have this like little tiny element of what the hex core looks like. But it's not too much, right? It's just enough for us to kind of spot it everywhere. But it's not so much as to overpower the basic design of what the thing is supposed to be, right? And not enough to overpower us seeing what material that structure is made out of, right? You do see like metals here, like bronze, iron, whatever. You do see the marble and like marble or stone that the thing that they're sitting on is made like I think it's kind of like almost like a well or something, right? But there's like just enough to spot the pattern everywhere. Powder, the talents can be used to build stuff, and she's like, I'm gonna stick with what I know, which is exploding things and destroying things and whatnot. It's kind of a little bit of a defensive response, but at the same time, obviously, she doesn't like hard reject it. Beautiful with like the birds and whatnot. The art is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. These like gardens that we see with like plants that almost seem very exotic in many ways. And we do have this like, we don't like just sit there and touch him or talk to him. We be like, it's almost like we're back to back here, right? And Victor is slowly but steadily decreasing the distance, right? It's like somebody sitting next to somebody else who they had a fight with, or who they like don't know yet and need to get to know, but they know that this person is like very defensive and they don't want to let anybody near. So it's like you sit beside them, but you don't do anything. You're very like passive, and you kind of try to let the person kind of get used to you, and then you're making tiny little steps towards them over the course of a very long time, until you can actually connect to them and touch them and talk to them and all of this. Right, this is how it seems, how he's kind of getting close. And this art is absolutely gorgeous. And when I saw that, I was kind of thinking of like the Sangatsu no Lion thing, where we do have the if you know the arc and if you've seen the anime, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna spoil that, but this reminds me kind of like of that one panel, right? That gorgeous artwork at the end of the Burnt Field arc. You know what I mean, if you've seen it. This is such a trip, right? It's like we see the stars and the universe, and like the nature of Vander / the Beast is kind of made. Like I know the Beast has a name, but we've never really heard the name, so I just know it from the subtitles. And it's like his nature is interwoven with the fabric of the universe. It's like some nebula out in the stars, and you do have like it's kind of like almost a mix of like some weird nebula out and about in the galaxy, and an actual like cave where lava or magma is flowing down, right? But there's a bridge that you can see, and you can walk across the bridge and weave your way through the dangerous pool of steaming hot magma. And we have the big contrast of like the almost bluish white color of Victor's hair and Sky's hair as well, of course. I think it's really great that she's kind of part of that. And this is what makes me wonder if Victor still exists out there, because obviously she exists out there in the fabric of the hex core. And I don't know if like Victor's body was actually the source of the hex core, or if it now exists outside, and that means that like there's no destroying it necessarily, because it exists on a dimension that we like can't reach, that Jace can't destroy necessarily. That was a beautiful, I think it's pastel actually. I'm not sure, but that's what pops into my mind when I think about it. I think that's pastel. The way it's drawn, right? The colors that I used, but I could be wrong. Do let me know if I'm right or wrong there. Beautiful montage of it, just like those little, very faint, very like almost washed out, right? It's almost like a watercolor style, right? Memories, and the first time we kind of saw the father and everything. I guess like we can surmise that this is not what Vi and Jinx are seeing, unfortunately. That would be beautiful. But I guess like this is what we are exploring. We are exploring as Victor in Vander's world, although it might not be. It might actually be just Vi and Jinx reminiscing about the past and about like the memories of their past, which I guess it could be both. I don't know, what grave is that? Like, is that an actual grave, or do we just Lilac powder? I don't know if that's just, oh yeah, that's where they measured their height and whatnot. So this is actually a place that they might have even had their home at back in the day. Very interesting them to be back at a place such as this. Also very curious and interesting seeing Jinx with like the little stem in her like almost straw of grass in her mouth, and then just like them talking about like very faint memory of Jinx, of course, because she was very, very young when she lost her parents, and Vi was already a little bit older, so her memories would be a little bit more vivid. Most of the time this happens because people like when you were really young, there's a lot of neuroplasticity. There's a lot of like growth happening within our brains where neurons are constantly regenerated, where there's a lot of growth happening. There's a lot of like synapses that are still building themselves, right, and regenerating, and just like building a structure for our brain to develop in what we would consider an adult brain. And or so one of the theories goes, at least one of the theories that has a substantial evidence behind it itself is that because of that neuroplasticity, very early childhood memories are relatively dim, right? Relatively faint and sporadic, and just like not as firm as the memories we do have of our mid-childhood, mid-teens, all the way to the late teens, because obviously, especially until we're 25, there's a lot of development happening. And for some people that's earlier, and some people take a little bit of time. Also one of the reasons why some people really just have like almost a second awakening, a second like development after their teen years, where it's like there's certainly a couple of people who have stunted development or delayed development, right? I heard that before. Like, it's nothing like firm or like something that we can absolutely say with absolute security, but there's like some ideas about maybe ADHD delaying the development of our brain to some degree until we like get to certain ages, right? Like not necessarily specific ages, but more like individually for everybody, right? Differently for everybody. Maybe when Piltover slides into this sump, right? Sump? What is sump? No idea. Do let me know. What if we stayed, right? That, I mean, it's maybe not meant 100% seriously, but this is like the mere fact that we've gotten to the point where we can sit next, or sit/stand next to each other, calmly talk, and throw the idea into the room, being like, what if we stayed? Just try to live in peace here and help them out. And then Jinx is recognizing that. She's like, we? Because like that's not an easy thing to say after all they've went through, right? To have that we back in the room, like them being a unit, them being a family, kind of. And here comes trouble. Of course it does. The doctor is still following his dream of reviving his daughter, right? And as such, being in cahoots with Ambessa. I think he would have probably chopped him if Doc wouldn't have been like, I'll try to negotiate. And obviously it is very much a shame. I don't know where we're gonna get, but it's very much a shame that Victor is trying despite knowing that he probably won't be able to make it in the end. Like curing Vander or like separating him from the beast. To whatever ends we come in the end, maybe there's like salvation for Vander. Or maybe the salvation for Vander will be the mercy of death, right? The mercy of rest. Being together with Silco and with Felicia and with everybody else that he left behind long ago. Maybe that is his peace that he deserves in the end. Wouldn't it be cruel to set him back into the world? No, obviously it would be something very nice for Vi and Jinx. But I don't know if that would be something that, like putting those burdens, the burdens of mortal life back onto him, back onto his shoulders. What I wouldn't give to have your vision. he sees those things, right? He sees him as the person he is. Apex Shimmer combined with you. To save us from ourselves. I don't know how he means it, or if he's just spinning sweet words trying to convince Victor. Do you believe in fate? Our paths carved before us, guided by an invisible hand. And he's like, no, evolution, nature's greatest force, forever in flux. And he's like, evolution is not forever in flux, according to Victor. It has a destination. Not to combat nature, right? I mean, evolution is nature, so it would be paradoxical for evolution to combat nature, but to supersede it. I don't know if I agree with that sentiment, right? Like, I mean, maybe within that universe, right? But like, I feel like supersede means overcome. We're not overcoming nature with evolution. We're adapting to nature with evolution, right? It's a response to nature. It is a way for us to live with nature and in nature, right? It's like nature puts pressure on us. A mild kind of pressure. And we respond to it. It's like bending metal. It's like forging a sword, right? The sword doesn't supersede the hammer or the heat. The sword doesn't combat it or overcome it. The sword reacts to it in a certain way. And as such, we shape it. And I do feel like this is evolution, right? Nature shapes a living being. And the living being responds. And it bends to nature. But it's more of a symbiosis, right? The end product is not something that fights against, stands above. The end product is something that lives with, right? And probably, hopefully, mostly in harmony, right? I mean, yes, kill or be killed, that's something like among animals, right? There's territory, there's like predators, there's like, but even that is kind of a negotiation between different forms of life. And what is nature other than life? But it doesn't matter. What matters here is that Doctor poses a question. He's like, what if you used him to get to a certain point? And Victor is like, maybe that would be the solution, but I am human. And I cannot ignore his humanity, right? Not for my cause and not for yours. Victor seeing what will become of himself, right? I feel like this was his vision in the beginning of the episode. Maybe he does see that as a foregone conclusion. He goes through the hoops because he knows this is his nature. And because it is his nature, he can't change it, right? He can't just ignore the humanity of Vander here. But he knows that all of this, what he does and what everybody else around him does in response to what he does, it will lead to the end of Jace standing before him, firing that hammer at him, destroying him. The question is, as I posted at the end of the episode, is Victor still alive in the grand universe, right? Like, is he still like, is he in the fabric of the Hex core? In the Arcane? Does he exist there eternally? Or did destroying his vessel actually destroy him as an individual, as an entity? A lot of beautiful cinematography choices, right? Like all of these layers that we have, frontal layer, Vi, hut right behind her, the other huts behind her, then the cave, right? And we do continue stuff like that. She's walking almost towards the camera, and then we switch the camera over, and we like focus on the spear in the ground, and it kind of almost separates our frame between left and right. And she stays there for a second. She looks at the spear, and we see her in focus, the spear out of focus, but still in the frame. I was like very unsure if what she's doing here, like following him, would lead to a good or a bad end. Would it lead to more complications, or would it lead to something that could be beneficial for them? And the answer is yes. The answer is both. This went really a lot better than we thought. Than I thought, right? It's like, don't sugarcoat it, cupcake. It's like, but this is like the thing, right? And this is where I agree with that one comment that I read in the beginning of the reaction, where I was like, yeah, like, Caitlyn is definitely treating her as lesser than. Maybe not in the sense of like an insect, but more in the sense of like a mother treating a child, right? In the sense of like, I know better what's good for you than you do. Right? In that sense. That's how she talks to her in that, right? She's like, look at your hair, look at, right? Like stuff like that. But I guess like Vi throws it back. She shows that she has become a little bit more secure in herself here. And I think like her reconciliation with Jinx helped a lot in that, right? The stuff with Vander and Jinx that happened the last couple of episodes. And I do feel like Caitlyn does feel that. And I do feel like as much as Caitlyn likes to push her away, as much as Caitlyn has that emotionality, that abusive, toxic nature definitely within her when her emotions flare high, she might have, like, the distance that they had, the time that they had apart, might have given her a little bit of a different perspective on this. I do hope so, right? For like also for the last couple of episodes, because it feels like after this, right, like the moment that they interact with one another again, like it's almost the last couple of episodes we always had the feeling that Caitlyn was here, right, in terms of like power and like leading the way, right, and like saying what's up and whatnot. She had the moral high ground, not really, but you know what I mean, right? The moral high ground. She had like the incentive, she had like the course of action, and now she doesn't know what to do anymore, right? As much as she learned from Ambessa, as much as she's been doing, she's kind of just going along and just not having anything under control. And then we have Vi who was like down there and down in the dumps and all of that. But the break between the two of them kind of led to Vi becoming more of herself in a way, right? More of her own person. And as soon as like they meet again and like they interact, yes, she's got that like still talking down on Vi, but suddenly it's like, I actually am open to listen. I actually am open to do something about that. I'm actually, right, like she's listening to her, she's like understanding, and maybe also because she gained some understanding and like she calmed down over the course of what, like the couple of episodes before that. The problems are more, like the stakes are higher, the problems are more, and Ambessa is more and more like, seems more and more like a person that, while she can learn a lot from her, she doesn't want to be her. Cool angle. Cool angle. You got the Dutch angle, the weird angle, right? Showing that something is up here. It's also very nice how that frames our light, right? Like we have a light shining on the Doctor and Ambessa, and like Caitlyn and Vi and the other dude, I don't know his name, I don't care. He's an asshole. They're all in the dark, and they're kind of like almost like a frame that frames in the two of them, because like the focus is on them for the second. Holy shit, Chase. I still don't know what to do with you and who you are, right? Like what other will is actually influencing you. Yeah, I mean, I assumed so, right? Good acting. Good acting, and it needed to be convincing, to be honest, in order to convince Ambessa. A little bit of sleight of hand. Vi knows how to do it. Caitlyn learned it from her. Same with Jinx and Isha here. Isha, it's Isha, right? Yeah. And we got everything under control. We got everything in our view, right? Ambessa too sure of herself, too sure of her own intelligence, maybe. Too sure of her own in general. And as we reveal it, it's too late, right? She's like, the third thing is shut the fuck up. And she meant that in the way of like, you shut the fuck up, but also I did shut the fuck up. And just let you talk and let you do your thing and whatnot and not give anything away until it was too late. Right, and we do see that we talk to one another to actually get something out of it. The blurry vision, hope I was worth your time. They did that really well with Chase, right? Like the weird blurry nature of his visions and like the spasms that happen with like some kind of thing with the Hex core. Maybe the core is actually revolting against Victor. Doesn't want it to want itself to be mastered or understood, right? Maybe that's the case, right? Because we do know there's a will within Victor that is trying to do something else. Or maybe it's Black Rose. I don't know. Could be. We still don't know where Heimerdinger and Echo are, unfortunately. I had hoped we would see them, but in a typical Echo fashion, he is absolutely absent from Act 2. I want to see more Echo, people. I want to see more Echo. Holy shit. But yeah. Your death will be a deep cut, and obviously he is not afraid to cut anybody off who could be a danger to Ambessa. But Jinx can actually, with her speed, do a lot to distract him and to give him a hard time. And then Vander chimes in and actually tries to get in. What is that, right? What is this, like, hex crystal that has been placed onto him that's almost growing out of his skin? I don't know. But he sees Victor, right? He sees Victor. But this is what I'm saying is like, Victor saw this, Victor accepted this, because the child has been leading Chase to Victor, and the child and Victor and everybody, they're all kind of connected in a way. So I do feel like this was a, here, I'll lead you to your destiny, and it has to happen. Chase being like, I won't fail. I swear it. Who did he swear it to? What did he swear it to? Victor doesn't seem like, Victor seems surprised by when it happens, maybe. Right? Ooh. Like, he sees all of the chases, but why do all of the chasers want to stop Victor? What is that? Right? What's the meaning behind that? Does Chase actually see something, right? Did he see something that's gonna happen in the future that actually is gonna like destroy all of this, and this is like his way to make sure it doesn't happen? And we're almost like we're in the void, right? We're like almost like in Dishonored in the void, basically. Almost like we are in the Hexed core universe and whatnot. And they're like almost like thralls, like where we were a hive mind and suddenly like the entire apparatus has been destroyed, right? Also really love this pattern of like the almost like golden ratio-esque that's surrounding this enclave that we see here. And now everything escalates. I don't know why Vander is losing his mind, if like it was Victor's like constant concentration and control that was keeping him under bay, or if there's something else happening to the Arcane that he's connected to and that Shimmer is connected to that makes Vander go crazy here. I don't know. But like we do have that monologue in the end of Victor being like it's human emotion, right, is the driving force of all of this. Of all the best and all the worst that we have to offer, which is beautiful. And we do have that little scribbly montage, and I don't have a lot of time because my camera's gonna run out of like memory soon. I don't know if I'm gonna do another thing, but what I wanted to say, what I was left on saying is like, I do love how every character has their own way to visualize past memories and loved emotions and whatever this is gonna be, right? Like everybody has their own art style basically when we go into the past. Echo had his own art style. Jinx has her own art style, very scriggly and whatnot. I feel like maybe one of like the earlier ones with like the watercolors was Vi's art style, right? Or maybe the combined art style of both of them, like as a family. And then we have this like very smoothly drawn art style, more detailed than watercolors, but less than a technical drawing or like an artificial intelligence kind of like near perfect drawing. Just like a very flowy and like vivid thing, right? But something that you would assume a child would draw, a very talented child would draw. And she seemingly sacrifices herself here with the double Hextech core and everything, and shooting it up into Vander, maybe sacrificing herself and destroying him and maybe even more people, or ending this conflict possibly for now, right? Obviously not on the long term. But yeah, I think we're done. This has been Arcane. Season 2, Act 2, it was phenomenal. I do hope I see you next time. Go subscribe to the channel. Check out my other reaction and all of that stuff. I don't have enough time to list them all, but they're all on Patreon. And maybe, who knows, when this comes out, there might be Act 3 of Arcane already on Patreon. I'll see you next time. Terminus out.